Let's get ready to break out! Now, introducing your players. Peely Peely, the Progressive Protoss. EJK, the Gift Master Terran. Wu Shang, the Audacious Toss. Moose Skills, the Preparation Zerg. Sleet, the Riposte Zerg. Trace, the Reactive Toss. Elhaim, the Beatbox Terran. And last but not least, BioIce, the Dark Horse. The Breakout Invitational highlights 8 up-and-coming players in the North American scene. Be sure to tune in May 1st through 3rd to see who will be the most likely player to break out.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the Breakout Invitational, season number 4. My name is Fear Dragon, and today I'm joined by the amazing one and only Greetorp. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm doing quite fantastic, and I'll tell you why, Greetorp. It's because this is going to be... I'll happily tell you, man. This is going to be a really cool invitational, all right? This is going to be a really cool season of Breaking Out, because for those who don't know, Breaking Out is a show that highlights up-and-coming North American players in the scene. And at the end of the show, we do a tournament that I think more people are familiar with the tournament than the show. But this is that big tournament, and there's a $1,000 base prize pool on the line. But actually, we do have open donations if people do want to raise the prize pool, and it's already been raised up to $1,800 the last time I checked, and I think I saw that, like, in my email inbox there's been some more donations, so it may have even been raised up even higher. And in previous seasons we've gotten up to 2,000, so I'm really excited. There's a decent amount on the line, and the idea is just to get an idea of some of the players that are up and coming in the scene, to get a bit of a glimpse of who we might be seeing in a couple of months or a year.
You know, it's really good for the viewers in that standpoint, but also, like, I remember back in my StarCraft Brood War days, we would search for tournaments like this. Like, a lot of times the up and coming players, like, you only really knew of like Noni and Idra and Artosis, and then of course like White Rosh, Drelloc, etc. But nobody really knew anybody else. It was really hard to make a name for themselves other than these type of tournaments. So it's really nice on the player standpoint to find a tournament like this, to really showcase your name, showcase your skills, win a little bit of money. I mean, I remember Idra was in Korea at one point, and there was a $10 tournament. That's right, $10 for first place. And Idra played in that. I got to play against him too. It was really cool. How things have changed. It's nice of you to go out on a limb and do this, man.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm very much looking forward to also seeing the players kind of get that motivation to play, even after, you know, during the downtime between WCS seasons and stuff, if they have been knocked out. Like, for example, Peely Peely, who made it into WCS Challenger League, who actually you were checking out on the WCS cast not too long ago, is also in the tournament, so gives them all something to do between the WCS seasons. But with that being said, guys, I don't want to keep you all too long between, you know, listening to us talk about the tournament and actually just getting started with the tournament. I do want to note a couple of things, though. One, I mentioned this earlier, there are open donations if you decide to donate to the Breaking Out Season 4 prize pool. Again, 100% of those donations, like, I'm not taking any of those donations, it's just going straight to the prize pool, and we do pay out all the way from 1st to 8th place, so in a way, you're kind of sending money to all the players, giving them a little bit more motivation to play in the tournament and to practice. But besides that, if you are interested in not giving but taking, we also do have a giveaway going on. It's the same giveaway we've done in the past couple seasons, and it is for this lovely plushie over here. It's a plushie sold by Blizzard. So if you do want a chance to win this plushie, first of all, there are some requirements. You have to live in the United States or Canada or Mexico, because otherwise I don't know how the heck I'm going to ship it to you. But as long as you're living in one of those 3 places, it's very simple. You don't have to donate, don't have to spend any money or anything. All you have to do is follow the player that you want to win the tournament, and also follow me because I need to direct message you on Twitter, and tweet out to both of us saying that you want that player to win. I'm going to also check to make sure that you're following that player. If you do that, at the end of each day, today, tomorrow, and Sunday, which is all 3 days of the tournament, I'm going to be giving away one of these guys. So it's going to be 3 giveaways. If you guys want a chance at that, that's all you got to do. But Greetorp, I'm ready for some StarCraft, man. I'm done with talking about StarCraft in an indirect sense.
That's all I want to do in my life. That's all I want to do in my life. Let's just watch StarCraft, have a little bit of fun, sit back, relax, pick up a drink, and just go with it, man. That's all. We just adjust slightly, you know?
That's all we got to do. So, guys, here's a quick little get to know you of Trace and Sleet, who are going to be our first 2 combatants in the tournament.
Trace, the reactive toss.
Trace is not the Protoss that relies on all-ins for his victories. He's got a solid macro style that involves very patient and reactive play. If you didn't know any better, you might think he was a Zerg off-racing as a Protoss. His PvZ is all about information gathering and macro.
I like to basically play with little all-ins and just straight up macro. It kind of depends on the person I play. I'd have heavy sentries if I'm doing a macro-based play. So that means I'll definitely have a lot of hallucinations to use. So the Phoenix would go, I would send out the Phoenix, the hallucination, and then I'd scope out what they're doing.
He struggles with his PvT the most.
It's actually my worst matchup. I think it's been my worst matchup for like 2 years. It's either I don't harass enough or I just like die to a big attack. Sometimes I like mess up my multitasking and I like die to like drops or something. Passive is a pretty big, it's the perfect word I would say it actually to describe how I play against Terran.
PvP is an okay matchup, but it is harder for him to play his macro style in.
Mostly I open with Blink Stalkers like quite a bit. Now I said I like to go for macro games in the other matchups. This is also true in PvP, but it's a lot easier to lose in it's the same army versus the same army.
Trace is a deadly Protoss that doesn't rely on gimmicks to win. Be sure to check out the reactive toss on Breaking Out.
Sleet, the riposte Zerg.
If you had to pick 2 words to describe Sleet, they'd be really and tall. If you had to pick a 3rd word, it'd be friendly. He's an American Zerg that has a playstyle based in aggression and counterattack, so much so that he often finds himself in base trades. His ZVZ is one of his weaker matchups.
My ZVZ right now is actually not feeling very good, but I do like being really aggressive. I love Ling Baneling Micro. So I basically pretend I was playing old school ZVP and just get 1-1 upgrades and just only counterattack the whole game. And if he would just attack with, I don't know, a bunch of Roach Baneling or something I couldn't hold, I'd just base trade him because Zerglings kill buildings really quickly.
ZVT he's feeling better about. His objective is making it to the late game.
I'm feeling pretty good about ZVT. Once my Spire's up and my meters are out, I win an insane number of games. I mean, my strength is probably just early game large injects and management. I end up with just a ton of stuff, and most players just can't break me at any point. Weakness is probably getting that scout about the 630 mark to make sure that I don't die to Hellbound all-ins.
His ZVP should be unfazed by the recent Swarm Host change, because he's already steered away from them for a while.
Recently, I've been going into getting 3 bases, and then 1-1 going into Roach Hydra or Lane Hydra, generally with some sort of meter transition or Vipers. Strength, probably early game timings and all-ins. I don't really die to those ever, and my weakness is the opposite, because I don't generally go for Swarm Host. I have a lot of trouble with late game Protoss armies.
If you throw something at Sleet, you better have your guard up for the counterattack. Be sure to check out the riposte Zerg on Breaking Out.
Welcome back, guys. Hope that those videos were a little bit more enlightening, but here we have our 2 players for the first match of the day. It is going to be Trace and Sleet. Trace, how you doing today, man?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm looking forward to these matches, man, because here's the thing. We talked a little bit. We talked a couple of days ago, and you were feeling very, very confident about today. In fact, I think you were saying something along the lines of you're going to be very, very disappointed in yourself if you don't just 4-0 your group.
Yeah, that's about right.
So you're not at all worried about Sleet or EJK or anyone else?
I mean, the Terrans I'm a little worried about, but I still think I'll win.
All right. And I think, if you don't mind me saying, I think that I heard a bet going on between you two. Sleet, what was that bet?
So I was saying that I was not gonna drop a map through the whole tournament, and Trace said if that happened, he would uninstall StarCraft and then Windows from his computer.
All right. Well, I hope we're writing that one down, man. I hope, for that reason, I hope that this is at least goes to the ace game, because I don't want to see you quit. But it's gonna be an interesting bet. We'll see how it goes. But Sleet, how you doing today, man? How you feeling?
I feel all right. I am not really happy about playing a Protoss first. I feel really good against the Terrans, funnily enough, and pretty good against Zergs, and I just don't want to play against Protosses right now. But I still feel okay. I think I can get out.
Yeah, when I talked to you before, you did sort of say that the last couple times you played versus Trace didn't go so well. You felt like you could have played a little bit better. I think the phrase that you used was you felt like you threw some games. So, got any special plans going into today's matches?
No, not particularly. I think if I can just stay calm and play my game, then I'm definitely going to advance in the group.
Sounds good. Well, I don't want to keep you guys here for too much longer, so if you guys want to say any final words, Greetorp, or if you have any questions, then we'll get started. All right.
I don't think I have any.
All right. Head over to your player booths, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be getting into the game in just a couple of seconds.
Player booths meaning Alt Tab.
Yeah, player booths just meaning Alt Tab. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn down my volume a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting started as the players should all be ready. Greetorp, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good, man. These two guys, I think it's a pretty even matchup considering, what they were talking about. Of course, I think the new PvZ these days, Trace is going to be looking really good as he is more passive. And I think passivity actually works out very, very well, as I think Zergs have tried to ramp up the aggression now that Swarm hosts are a little bit outdated,
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting because Sleet is one of those players that has been very, very adamant about not going for Swarm hosts. So
it's because he has self-worth, man. That's why.
He has self-worth, okay? Because he doesn't want to play like a
dignity and respect. That's why he's not played Storm hosts in a very long time. I approve, Sleet. I approve.
Well, we'll see what plan he does have as we go ahead and jump into the game. We'll see you guys there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting started as we spawn down here in the bottom segment of Vonnie Research Station on top of the pink Protoss player. Representing Team Gravity, it is Team Gravity's Trace. Greetorp, take it away with that second player introduction.
In the top middle position, sporting the yellow Zerg, is Sleet.
All right, so Greetorp, as you were mentioning, the change with the swarm hosts being changed so drastically has been impacting a lot of Zerg players in the late stage of the game. And I've got to say, Sleet is one of those players that before the swarm host change, was already struggling with Protoss in the late game. And now he has even less options available. He doesn't even have the fallback of going to swarm host. So, I mean, how you feeling, especially about like a Bonnie Research Station, 2-player map?
So it's interesting because swarm hosts were to stop gateway units a lot of the times. A Protoss could very easily just mass up in mass sentries, mass stalkers, mass immortals, and keep it at that level. And then people realized, oh, let's use free units to stop that kind of stuff. And it's also really, really powerful. And then kind of became the mainstay. But the Muta threat has always maintained. There's always been a scared mindset with Protosses allowing a Zerg to get up to Mutas. So I think in general, we're going to see Zergs still try to go up to Mutas, do like Zergling Roach to keep themselves safe, go up to Mutas. And I think Protoss, they can put a little bit more pressure. I think about like Puck. Puck has a really good style, or he used to have a really good style in his PvZs, where he'd go like Twilight Council, Blink, Immortals, and then get a slower third and keep it at this stage where it's like, if you don't max the roaches, I'm gonna kill you. And if you try to tech anywhere, I'm gonna kill you. But if you do, I'm just going to follow back, play defensive, take my third base, and we're gonna play like low economy 2 to 3 base the whole time.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the kind of play that Trace really does favor. But on the other hand, you were mentioning the Mutalist threat, and that is very much something that Sleet would enjoy. Sleet really likes going for aggressive plays. He likes going for kind of wild things. And I mean, we're already getting started with a 3 hatch before pool versus a gateway expand.
Yeah, it's so smart. And it's not just like a regular gateway expand, it's a gateway expand with gas. Ordinarily, you're going to see a no gas. So the economic advantage is just going to go to Sleet's favor. It's just like a build order win just based on the start. That's why people have kind of gone off of the gas and just done like one pylon, one gateway immediately. You go to a Nexus. Whether you want to get your second pylon or not, that's the big question. But I mean, it's still fine because if Sleet still does no gas, you could still do like a gateway timing. A warp gate timing does a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't count the number of times I've seen Zerg players fall to some kind of 4-gate aggression or just kind of any early like mass gateway aggression when they go for that kind of 3 hatch before pool. It takes a little while to get up those defenses, and Sleet still not really looking to grab the gas geysers. He is going to have to deal with the Zealot Mothership Core pressure, though.
I like this, man. I like this. Trace is playing this perfectly, in my opinion. I mean, he's moving on up here. He's going to be able to see that the extractors are not up just yet. He might even be able to kill Queen. I mean, there's really, really good stuff that you need to be doing in the early game time.
Yeah, for now he does have 2 additional gateways going up behind this. Not going to be seeing a fourth one coming up just yet, and Zealot is going to lose its life. But the Mothership Core gets out of there, and like you said, he gets the scout off on the gas geysers. He has a good idea of what Sleet's doing.
Now, it depends whether or not he wants to do this, but it looks like he's going just to sentries. You could argue of just massing up in stalkers, and that's it, and just doing heavy pressure, because stalkers can, for the most part, kite Zerglings pretty well, especially off creep. So he could just play the kiting game, force his opponent off. But because he's going sentries, he's looking to do a push. We saw this before. He likes to go set mass sentries in general, which we were talking about in the earlier stages. It's really freaking good in this new style of PvZ.
Yeah, we'll see how well exactly Sleet is going to be able to deal with this. It's so funny because I've seen so many games with big 2-base Protoss pushes on this map, and just kind of behind it, they'll try and take the third eventually and stuff, but a lot of Zergs really struggle if the push gets to their third and they get into that awkward position behind the mineral line or by that kind of, the hidden grass section, the site blockers. Yeah. But I like what Sleet's doing. He's already got his Zergons on the other side of the map. It's going to make it just a little bit more difficult for Trace to move out.
Yeah, I mean, that development is so hard to actually get done. So, again, I like it too, man. I really think that's the way you have to play in the early game. Just have some units out on the map to pressure. I think the Koreans are really onto something because they always have something out on the map, like, no matter what it is. Aggression is key. Aggression is king in this game.
Yeah, I mean, when you got people to look up to like Life, then of course you're going to have a lot of very, very aggressive players out there. But for now, looks like Trace just going to be sitting back and living up to his defensive style, getting +1 weapons up. Don't know if we see any actual tech behind this just quite yet, but, you know, third expansion and additional gateways going up. Everything, again, looking just very safe.
Yeah, and he does have, like, a little bit... Well, actually, he has a ton of pressure that he could put on, of course, because he has so many sentries. We'll see how... I think he's the type of player that works off of triggers instead of actually goes out and just is blindly aggressive.
Yeah.
So he's going to send some hallucinated phoenixes out, and he's going to just check his opponent, and he sees if there's anything that he can, you know, press on his opponent, he's going to take advantage of it. The question is, what are those things? And that's different for every single player. Like for me, it would be like really fast teching to mutas, pushing immediately. But if I see any roaches out in the field, I'm like, heck no. You can you can do whatever you want, man. I'll just keep macroing.
Yeah, very interesting is the fact that he is still yet to get a robotics facility. So I like the fact that you pointed out. I mean, he's gotten so many sentries. He's been hallucinated Phoenix scouting, and it's really important to note that, you know, he doesn't feel like there's going to be any kind of burrow play. He doesn't feel like there's any of that kind of big aggression. At least not enough to kill off the photon cannon that would do his only form of detection.
Yeah. I love this by Sleet, by the way. I mean, this is really clever stuff. He's actually pushing across the map. He knows his opponent likes to play this passive style. But if you saw, he's actually droning up like crazy. I mean, he had 26 out of 24 workers on his third base. You know,
oh my
he's
God,
really, really good. I mean, he's then gotten his gases, but he's been droning up, is what I'm saying. And he's not looking to actually press. He's just looking to get the economic advantage and hoping his opponent is delaying his tech, which, as you were talking about with the Robo, he is. He's just now gotten the Twilight Council, and we're going to see a big +1 blink all-in, basically, against... Oh, gosh, just mass units. I mean, really, Sleet has the big advantage here, but it comes down to micro at this mid-game stage.
Yeah, I think it's also going to come down to sort of where the engagement happens, because as we were saying before, I mean, if Sleet can catch this in a nice wide open area before this push gets too far in toward that fourth, toward the third, toward wherever, then Sleet's going to have a really nice advantage. I mean, there's only so many force fields. Blink Stalkers will do well, but once you start getting in massive numbers of Hydralisks in a big concave, it gets pretty difficult.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, we could see a lot of problems. And I do want to say, like, that's not a lot of sentries still. He hasn't made additional sentries. He went all Stalkers in the early stages. So that might come to bite him a little bit later on. I mean, he is powering really hard right now. He's getting his Observer out. That's normally the trigger. Normally a Warp Prism also is going to be a trigger. But no, he's just going to get additional Immortals. I'm really surprised that he hasn't been pushing out here, nor has he gotten additional sentries. I really feel like he's missing his timing because you look at the supplies, man. That is scary.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if he's just playing ultra passive because he just wants to wait until he's maxed out. Maybe he sort of identified, having played Sleet in the past, that, hey, you know, he really struggles with the late game maxed out Protoss army. But as you were saying, yeah, this could get a little bit difficult. Sleet, though, taking a bit of a awkward engagement over here, just getting a lot of his roaches sectioned off.
Yeah, and he's continuing engagement. Okay, finally backing off. I think that's the correct move. I think from here, Sleet just realizes what his opponent is doing. I mean, that's just too much supply. That's all gateway units. He knows that there's some sort of all-in. I think the critical thing that he needs to do is get the Hive, which he's already done. Awesome stuff. And tech up the Vipers. Viper, Ultralisk, anything like that is going to help immensely. I've even seen like people like Morrow do stuff like Infestors from here, even though Infestors kind of feel outdated. They're still very, very powerful. And you have to keep in mind that there was a lot of force fields that was wasted. Of course, Sleet doesn't know that was a lot of force fields and there's not a lot of sentries, but it has to come into account, you know?
It's so funny watching Trace. I kind of feel like this regression that a lot of Protoss players have been doing to 2011 like Wings of Liberty PvZ, where it's just like, okay, I'm gonna sit back, I'm gonna wait until I'm maxed out, and I'm just gonna push with like big upgrades and not even like a massive amount of tech, just like a lot of units that are like really well heavily upgraded.
Yeah, I know. I remember like the big thing was like 14 minutes, 170 supply push.
Yeah.
Like that. Remember, like that's all it was. Like Colossus.
That was how I got diamond, Greetorp.
That's it, man. That's it.
Oh.
That's what. Well, That's what Todd taught me. That's the number one thing. The 14-minute, 170 supply push, and then it just gets dicey. Gets dicey from there.
Got a couple of DTs that tried to move in. Sleet managing to deal with. It looks like there was only one. So one DT makes its way into the main base, gets a scout off on the hive, which is actually pretty important. But I don't even know if it would change that much about what Trace is doing. Maybe Trace is a bit more wary about not making too many Archons with his High Templars, leave some for feedback and stuff. But I'm starting to get it's starting to get to that weird place where Sleet has been sitting on a bank for a while now and is still getting a ridiculous economy. So he can just start to trade out units and reproduce them with Vipers, Broodlords, etc.
I think he's going to do that right now. I mean, this is actually pretty good for Sleet, though. This is a great concave. Nice storms on top of Sleet's army, though.
Yeah. Well, Hydral's backing up, and the Blinkstalker's blinking forward, taking out a couple of the Hydrals, just picking off whatever they can. Trace definitely getting a little bit better end of the engagement, I would say, there in the end, especially with a couple more blinks forward. But I'm getting worried for Trace right now, because even though, yeah, he's doing some nice pressure with the Zealots over on the right-hand side of the gold, he's sitting on a very low-tech army. He's got some High Templars, Stalkers, Immortals mixed in, but there's no Colossus, there's no, like, real big late-game splash damage besides just the High Templar Storm.
Yeah, it is getting a little scary. I mean, he doesn't have any, like, real substance. Relying on those casters, don't get me wrong, if you have a lot of them, it's great. I can't doubt that, but he doesn't have a lot of them, and he hasn't had a lot of gases to really substantiate getting so many so fast. So it is really difficult. He's not yet maxed out. We can see he's 177 supply. He's just waiting and waiting to get, I guess, the right composition at this point, because he is banking a lot.
Yeah, an awkward moment when actually we have Sleet, who's sitting on 77 drones. I want to note 30 drones killed a little bit earlier on by that Zealot harassment plus the DTs. So really, he's just freed up supply that now Sleet is putting into more army units. He's making more Roach Hydra, and I'm kind of wondering, you know, I guess he's got the Vipers out with the Hive Tech, but does he transition to the Broodlords? A lot of Zerg players have been really enjoying that Broodlord transition.
It's just kind of like the best option at this point right now. Not the best, because
kind of awkward engagement for Sleet.
Yeah, the Vipers aren't engaging either, which is like really awkward, since they're probably the powerhouse of this army. You need that blinding cloud to go down. You need to abduct the key units like the sentries, the immortals, that kind of thing.
Those are some great blinding clouds over there, but he's got to make a lot happen over here. Sleet does not have a lot of larva left over right now. The Blinkstalkers blink out of the blinding clouds and manage to clean up a majority of the Hydras and Roaches. Now Sleet, again, he's been sitting up on a massive number of bases for a while, so maybe he can afford to lose this base, but he has got to make some big stuff happen over here in this next coming wave.
Yeah, definitely not looking good. I don't know what Sleet can do, because this is just an insurmountable amount of Blinkstalkers at this point, and he's just going to tap out. GG. Really nicely played, obviously, from our Protest player. I feel like Trace did everything right. He just played it very reactive, very defensive, very passive, as we've seen him do in the past. And Sleet, he just went through like inefficient trades to inefficient trades to inefficient trades. And that was the big problem. He didn't get his compositions fast enough. And a lot of times when you're dealing with a Protoss like that, it's so scary. I mean, when we're looking at it retroactively, it's like, God, you should just tech up faster, Protoss. Or, excuse me, you should tech up faster, Zerg. You should get Ultra Scout, and blah, blah, blah. But you don't really understand it until you actually feel the Protoss. Like, you see that many Blink Stalkers, and you're like, holy moly, he's pushing on me. I know he's pushing on me, like, right now. And then you realize I'm maxed, and it's like, wow, I don't have the best army to deal with this, because I thought he was pushing on me earlier. So it's that whole mind game of, how much do I actually commit to this attack? How much do I not? Do I get the right composition this fast, or do I wait off in favor of just staying safer a little bit earlier? It's really difficult in DVP these days.
Yeah, definitely. And I am interested to see how Sleet sort of adjusts his game plan going into the next game, because again, it's sort of that awkward situation where he had a really great economy. He had like an absurd number of drones. He had a lot of bases. He was even trying to get up the gold and everything. But if you don't have that substance and you can't take the big engagement, if like even some of the engagements that he was taking, like put all the macro and that kind of like this like long-term decision making aside, talk about like the short-term decision making. A lot of those engagements, he'd have like one portion of his army engaging, and the other part, like you were saying, the Vipers weren't in that a big engagement in the center of the map, or his army would just be like a little bit mistimed and moving in for a big concave. So I think just cleaning up some of that stuff, I think Sleet might have a much better shot moving into game number 2.
And also, I think Sleet needs to be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, you know, aggression is king, as we've seen so many times. And I feel like it's a spot where his opponent, he still needs to recognize it. It depends if build orders are on or off right now. But if he checks the build order, he'll see that like, oh, it's 3 gate and then a 3rd nexus. And that's a big key to him to say, okay, he went 3 gate before nexus. Let me go ahead and apply pressure. If he can apply pressure, and cancel the 3rd base, there's literally nothing that Protoss can do that they feel comfortable with, because they have to cancel it and they have no tech behind that. So when you have no tech behind that, you don't have like a trigger to actually push out into the map and punish your opponent. And that's what he really needs over here.
Yeah, and I think Sleet would be like the perfect person to do that just because of how aggressive a Zerg he is. But we're going to find out what he has in store for the next map, Coda. We'll see you guys in a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the map Coda. We're going to be spawning down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map on top of the pink Protoss player, currently sitting up 1-0. It is Team Gravity's Trace.
And over in the top left-hand corner, the yellow Zerg currently down 0-1. He is Psystorm's very own Sleet.
And want to say, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, I have actually seen your comments. We will see what we can do if we can like raise the volume or something. I hear that there are some very low volume problems going on, but we'll take a look at it as soon as this series is over during the break. Please be patient and promise not to try and blow your ears out with anything. But all right, Coda, Greetorp, we got another gateway expansion, and this time Sleet is not feeling to be the 3 hatch before pool player. Not for this game.
Yeah, it feels a little bit awkward. I mean, last game it's a lot easier to do something like that since your natural is nice and tucked away. This time around, going for the spawning pool. This is very clearly a very early spawning pool relative to, I mean, normal openings, but it's like what Wings of Liberty used to be. You know, this is all we saw, man. This is all we saw.
Apparently, this show match is actually taking place in Wings. Okay, we saw Vipers. If there weren't Vipers, Greetorp, we could have probably passed this off as a Wings of Liberty series from 2011.
Yeah, I think so, man. Wait, what did Protoss get in Heart of the Swarm? Besides
Mothership Core.
Oh, okay. Mothership Core is pretty huge.
That's a hard one.
Yeah,
I'd be questioning Trace if he didn't get a Mothership Core.
Yeah, definitely.
It'd be slightly problematic.
Wow, check this out. Check this out. Kind of audacious here. So this is 3 hatch. This is no queen, by the way. Right? There's no queen out on the map.
Yeah.
So really interesting. Now he finally gets the queen. Very, very interesting how to do this. A lot of people will actually go 2 queens and then get the 3rd hatch. But this is obviously, as I said, hatch and then hatch, queen. What this means is he's going to have less creep spread. That's it. That's it. He'll have the same amount of larva just because you can't double inject ordinarily. This will come to probably affect his creep spread and connecting his 3rd base. If Protoss wants to take advantage of this, he's going to be doing an all-in.
Yep, good save over there from Trace. And the positioning of that 3rd also just really tells me, you know what, Sleet is not too concerned about a big attack coming in. I mean, think about how Trace played that last game. He played relatively defensive, laid back. this third, I feel like it would be really hard to defend against a big two base push.
Oh yeah, the third base is so close to the natural of the Protoss. If I'm Protoss in this spot, just by reacting with this Zealot, I'd be like, wow, you make your third base out here. I have to punish, man. Sorry, I have to all in. I don't want to all in Fear Dragon. I don't want to, man. I don't want to. But he's just telling me to.
Oh my god.
He says, please. That's a lot of drones to be killed, by the way, by one Zealot.
Yeah, 3 drones by 1 Zealot. Not even the Mothership Core. Mothership Core wasn't even there. Very well done over there by Trace. And actually, got a couple gateways going up. I think we're still sitting on just up to 3 gateways. So
yeah.
With the sentries coming out, I think it's like you were saying earlier in the last game, Greetorp. The sentries really do kind of indicate, you know what, 3 gateways, sentries, probably going to be seeing a third, I want to say.
Yeah, I think so, man. And, if I'm Zerg this spot, I'm loving my position. Of course, he doesn't know just yet, but as soon as he sees the third base kind of go down, he's like, wow, you're basically saying my third base positioning doesn't matter, and I'm going to have my rally so much closer to your base. So it's just the flipped around, right? My third base is going to be closer to your natural and to your third base. So I'm going to have the advantage in being able to pressure. I love the Roach Warren going down right now. It signifies, hey, I'm going to be defending against some potential all-in. But once he sees this, most likely this third Nexus that goes down, he will be elated.
Yeah, and it's just that same feeling that Zerg players have, the same thing that Zerg players realized a very long time ago. And it's that if you make the units defend against the 2-base push from a Protoss player and they just don't take 2 bases, then you just use those units to go kill their third, and you deny it, and you deny it, and you deny it, like you were saying before. And I feel like this is going to be exactly that adjustment that you were talking about, Greetorp, the adjustment that Sleet might need to make in this game.
That's right. I mean, 8 Roaches are on the field, 2 more Zerglings. Notice he hasn't gotten Lair in this game. He's doing all-out aggression right now. And I shouldn't say all-out aggression. It's going to be heavy aggression. He's getting the Lair now for transitions a little bit later, but this is going to be basically all Zergling Roach with occasional drones here and there. Oh, wow, no. He's droning completely right now. So how you could play this is occasional drones, but go Zergling Roach and just deny this third base. Do whatever you can to not deny the third.
Look at the positioning of this. He's sending his Roaches along the top side. He's going to reveal them to the Stalker and move in with the Zerglings to try and get a cancel on the third. There is a Stalker over there from Trace that's actually buying himself a lot of time, though.
Yeah,
at the same time, though, the Roach is doing some good damage.
Yeah, it looks like it's still going to be enough for the Protoss to be able to hold this off, but the Nexus gets canceled, which is so incredibly huge.
Yeah.
Oh, and he has
recall
to
force out.
Recall. Wow, that's gigantic. So just think about this. What you've done with this opening now is basically said, hey, Protoss, go a 9-minute robo. A 9-minute robo. When does that ever make sense to go a 9-minute robo? It doesn't. We don't go 9-minute robos. We go like 6-minute robos, 7-minute robos, stuff like that.
We love our robos, man.
Yeah, man. We're in a position now where Protoss has only one option, and this is exactly what we want in a game. We want to know exactly what's coming. We know the third base can't come up for quite a long time. Let's get all our major upgrades, and let's also get a Hydrogen and a Spire, most likely, and we're going to be A-okay against all the attacks.
Yeah, and you can just see what Trace is thinking in his mind. He's like, oh, it's the feeling that every Protoss player knows after having experienced it. They lose their third, it gets canceled. Maybe sometimes it gets canceled 2 or 3 times. And you just say, I can't take a third anymore. Like, it's too late.
Yep.
Time has passed. It's time to start adding on the gateways. It's time to get a blink, get my weapon upgrades, and just prepare for the big 2-base push.
Yep. And I love what Sleet is doing here. I mean, he puts down the creep spread on both locations. He's going to start being active with his units, saying, hey, I'm not going to make it easy for you to clear out these overlords. I'm going to have my units that are kind of threatening you. This just buys him more time to get an even bigger supply advantage.
Yep. Zerglings moving on in, just being as annoying as possible. Sleet going to get very close to being supply blocked over there. Might need to start some overlords, but yeah, we'll see. Sleet can still put himself in an awkward position, but oh, I love this kind of flank with the Zerglings. Going to force out a couple more force fields, but Sleet's going to be sacrificing a lot of Roaches over here. He does have to be careful not to give away too much.
Yes, he does. I mean, this is still very scary. All these Roaches are very vulnerable to this army composition. As you can see, it's just being torn apart. So that's a good 30 supply that he's just given away. However, you look at the supplies, they're actually even. That's how far ahead Sleet is. I mean, Sleet's not really in a position where he wants to be the one that's aggressing just yet. He needs to start materializing off of his third base. He knows he has the economic advantage, but attacks like that are exactly what Trace wants, right? That's exactly what his build kind of features to defend against very easily.
Exactly, and I mean, you have to remember, taking a look at the upgrades, Trace is just going to be building up those upgrades. His army is filled with immortals, and even though his sentries did lose up all their energy on those force fields, for that engagement, he's going to be building that up again for the big attack when +2 weapons finishes up. And Slate is going to have a harder and harder time, although he does have the Hydros out now, so those are going to help.
Hydros help, but we saw last time, I mean, Trace was able to disable that power very, very quickly. And he still doesn't have the the Hydro speed just yet, so he needs to be careful with moving on to the map.
Killing off the Mothership Core is nice. He does deny things a little bit, but he's sacrificing units to kill off the third again. Oh, Greetorp, I don't know what I think about that.
I don't love it. I don't love it. You want to be in a spot where you're like maxed out at this point, and he's very far away from being maxed out. Trace is going to push up, and Trace is literally just winning off of reacting to his opponent, and also the most important thing, just playing very standard, very safe, and then really punishing his opponent whenever he makes a mistake.
Yeah, a couple sentries are still left over, but I don't even know if he's going to need the force souls, but he uses them anyways. Gets a great engagement over here. Those immortals dealing out massive amounts of damage to any roaches that do manage to pop out, and Trace is just barreling through with absolutely close to no resistance over here. Sleeve, this expansion is just going to go down immediately, and I don't know if he can even muster up enough units to defend.
I don't think so, man. That's going to do it. GG gets called, and Trace will take a 2-0 lead. Man, I know a lot of Team Gravity members, and they're all really, really good. Trace has actually really surprised me. I don't know if Trace is like always plays on this name or he barcodes a lot. Are you aware, or do you know? Because I feel like I should be playing.
I think that he barcodes quite a bit, but you can ask him yourself as we go ahead and pull Trace in as we. How you feeling, Trace, man? After that game, after that series?
Went as expected.
I love your confidence in this, your unwavering confidence. Were you scared at all at the end of that last game?
I saw him with like no drones at his third base, so I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. So I almost like kept my third base for a second there, but I just decided to cancel it and just like try to retake it with the actual army, which is like my goal. And he did some very poor plays, like losing a ton of units for nothing basically. So it didn't even matter if I didn't have my third base.
That's fair enough. Well, so far you are living up to that expectation you had of 4-0ing your group, and you're going to be playing the winner of EJK versus Elheim. Now, I know that you said not looking forward to the PBT matchup, but you're kind of forced into this one, man. What's the lesser of two evils in your opponents?
Probably Elheim. I don't know like how much he actually plays, but I know EJK plays quite a bit, so I could be completely wrong, but I just think it's Elheim.
All right, fair enough. And one last question for Greetorp. He did mention that he was surprised. I was like, wait, where is this guy, man? I don't see him on the ladder and stuff. So you do play under a barcode, correct? Just want to clarify this.
I have, yeah, but not active on ladder right now.
Yeah, that is one other thing I wanted to mention, because you said this before. You haven't been playing quite as much lately. What is that about? You're clearly still playing pretty well. But...
I think I don't think you have to play all that much. I mean, I guess I'm the kind of player where I can maintain some sort of skill, regardless of playing a significant amount. I guess I don't know. I mean, I still keep up to date and watch, so I know like I'm never gonna like fall behind on like meta or anything like that. I think my mechanics are still there. I just like it takes a little bit of games to like get them back. Like I played maybe like 10-15 games this week. Just like not it seems like not a lot, but it was quite a bit for me in my opinion.
Fair enough, man. I know that you also mentioned to me that you had beaten Alicia, and that was awesome. You were like,
yeah.
I haven't played like 2 games or something this week, and I just hit Alicia and I beat him, so no big deal.
Yeah.
Make use of that.
on Sunday if you do manage to make it there in a PvP match. But
Yeah, I hope so.
with that being said, yeah, Trace, we'll be seeing a little bit more of you in the winners match. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be hopping into the next game, as mentioned before, EJK versus Elhaim. Don't go anywhere, and take a moment to learn a little bit about these two players.
EJK, the GIF Master Terran.
Better known for his awesome micro GIFs that he posts to Reddit, EJK is a returning player to Breaking Out that tries to get small advantages early on that he can utilize in the late game. He does have a habit of overextending at times though. This definitely carries over to his TVZ.
I guess my biggest weakness would be trying to end the game quickly. I will always try to push that advantage. My biggest strength, I guess, would be getting those small advantages. I get them very often. Once I have them, I really try to push it, but sometimes I just over push it and things go wrong from there.
His TVT sees a similar trend.
My strength is that I can find small advantages. My weakness is that I don't use them properly, and I'll try to parade push and win, and that might not have been the right decision, or I mess up, and then as a result, I'm kind of far behind, and I have to try to work myself back into the game.
TVP is his worst matchup, where he tries to play a tempo-based style.
I try to play a more tempo-based game. I like to use aggressive strategies and try to get an advantage so that when I do get into a Ghost Viking stage, they won't have been sitting on their butts all day. As long as the tempo is in my favor, it's okay.
EJK has a pretty flashy playstyle and will generally be a fun player to watch, so check out the GIF Master Terran on Breaking Out.
Elhaim, the Beatbox Terran.
When Elhaim is playing, he's like a beatboxer. He plays a tempo-based style where he utilizes his drops to stay in control of the game. Like a freestyling musician, Elhaim just does what he wants to, sometimes even when it's not widely considered the safest or best decision. His TVZ is feeling okay, since he has a few tricks up his sleeve.
I just can't find the consistency within me, which is why all the very little things in my life affect me so much. I like to play really fast and just try and outmaneuver my opponent by doing a bunch of drops, being really hyper aggressive and coin flippy. There's obviously a difference between calculated percentage risks as opposed to just doing it, and I'm just the person who does it. I would really describe my playstyle as I don't care, I'm just gonna do whatever. I feel like if I feel like doing this, I'm gonna do it.
TVT is puzzling for him. He's not a fan of the very common gas first openings.
TVT has been an on and off situation for me. The current consensus of TVT right now is the gas first variations of whatever, Banshee, Hellion, Widowmine, sometimes even Reaper, Hellion. But I don't agree with any of that. I hate playing that style. My mechanics and my positioning is sometimes very good in that matchup. As for my weakness, my theoretical assumptions of things in the matchup is very terrible.
His TVP is his weakest matchup, but he's been working on improving it lately.
TVP, I will say, is my weakest matchup, and it's my weakest mechanically. I like to just play it more methodically, but as I get to the later stages, there's a lot of fear and confusion as to what the Protoss should be doing. My multitasking is probably my best thing against Protoss, and for sure, my macro is horrendous at this matchup.
Elhaim excels when he sets the pace of the game with his drops, so tune in for the Beatbox Terran on Breaking Out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have our next set of players on the call and ready to jump into their next game. First of all, Mark, how you doing? Elhaim.
I'm doing good. I actually had a headache earlier, but I think I got rid of it, so feeling pretty good.
Just got rid of it? Like an act?
Yeah.
That sounds like you actively did something to get rid of it.
Yeah. I went outside, I drank a bunch of water, and yeah, I just hung out, just relaxed before this match.
All right, life lessons for everyone. If you have a headache, go outside and drink a lot of water. But how you feeling, man? Because I know that I just asked that, but you are the kind of player that has said you've been trying to take a bit of a backseat in terms of how much you're playing, how much you're practicing, because you've realized that your outside effects, what the temperature is, all the kind of things that affect you directly or will indirectly affect how well you play that day. So you feeling like today's a good day for StarCraft?
Probably. Like, I'm pretty cold right now. It's usually really cold in this room. Like, my room is really bipolar, but honestly, I have to deal with it, and this is a really important match for me, so just have to cope with it.
All right, and Evan, how you doing today, man? You don't seems like you're feeling too cold.
My room is usually on the hot side, especially since the weather's gotten nice. I got to just chill outside all day and watch some TV, just lounging around as well. It's a nice day.
Sounds like it. So, Evan, I gotta say, when I talked to you about how you were feeling about today's groups, you didn't seem concerned. I think that's the best way to put it. You didn't seem at all concerned with how any of the matches are going to be today. You seem very confident. Would you say not really too worried about this match either then?
Not really confident, just that whichever way that it goes, it just whatever happens, happens.
Fair enough. I think that's, healthy mentality to have then. Well, with that being said, I don't want to keep you guys here for too long since one of you is too hot and the other one's too cold. Maybe you guys can trade places or something at some point in the future. But for now, head to your player booths and we'll be getting this series started.
Are you gonna like mute us and stuff?
Yeah, I'm going to mute you. Don't worry, you don't have to listen to us casting your games. That would ruin some things. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting ready to jump into the game as we let our lovely referee know. By the way, huge shout out to two amazing people who are actually working behind the scenes on everything right now. We have, first of all, Current TV, who does all the production and everything. So when everyone's shouting, oh man, fix the audio, he's sitting there observing the game, letting me know that he's fixing stuff and also fixing stuff. And I think that he's also tutoring children in Africa for free. All at the same time. So he's quite an amazing human being. He has 7 arms, or so I've been told. Big shout out to him, and of course, big shout out to Master Dalk, our lovely admin for the event. But with that being said, guys,
really hard to come by like really good admin / production people, man. I've been in this industry for quite a long time. And let me tell you, like the amount of the prep and pre-production that you guys had for this, really, really world class. Really glad to be a part of your organization right now.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Greek Torp.
I have nothing but nice things to say. I am like the biggest suck up right now, but it's true, man. Like really, really cool stuff coming from you guys.
Dude, that excites me, and I know that someone else will also really appreciate that compliment. That's Nice Username who made the map intro that you guys are about to watch. Enjoy. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from, again, that lovely map intro from Nice Username. We're going to be spawning down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, top of the purple Terran player, representing Team Flipside Tactics. It is Elhaim.
And spawning in the top left-hand position as the pink Terran, representing Bo Real, it is EJK. All right,
It's
so we
sort
got
of
some.
funny. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's sort of funny because EJK. I'm gonna blame EJK on this one, man. I don't oftentimes blame players, but he's no longer on Boreal Esports. He actually let me know this fairly late on. So our art, if we have any art assets left over that says Boreal Esports, that is my fault, but I'm blaming EJK on this. But go ahead, Gritor, talk about the interesting parts of this game.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the Parmigiano Reggiano that's going on right now. You know, it's fine. It's a little bit expensive. You got to really invest into it, but when you do, it all works out. Of course, the double barracks proxy with some Reapers is what I'm talking about. Just didn't go the orbital command center, instead got the second barracks extra fast. That's how you know it's Parmigiano Reggiano.
Yep. Yeah, and I hope that EJK is not too allergic to cheese right now, because he's already losing some of those Mariners. And this Reaper are going to be getting out with exactly as much health as it needs. Enough to be alive, so it can regenerate that. And Gritor, the thing about these barracks plays is that they are about escalating out of control. It's about just spiraling out of control. And he's already starting to do that, having killed off that first Marine.
Yeah, a lot of times you will just get a bunker to keep your Marines alive. All you have to do is stay alive, and you're going to be in a good position. He got a Reaper in response to this, which is really hard to actually stay alive with. And you can see he's just getting super, super punished. I mean, this game is going to be so hard. But if there's one thing to stabilize you, it's going to be that Hellion.
Yep, Hellion going to be very important, and we even see the SCV. I mean, we were talking about the Mariners staying alive. The Reapers were looking for a little bit more survivability with the bunker, but I don't even know if he's going to need it right now. He's killing off that Hellion, and the SCVs are still going down. We're down to 10 SCVs for EJK. Elhaim, the man who I've got to say has been feeling very unconfident in TVT, is looking great in this game.
Well, it makes sense. If you're feeling confident, let's open up with some cheese. Let's get a quick win. Also, it's a psychological win, and that's how you're going to be able to play this out. However, I mean, this one Hellion now is going to be able to stabilize him a little bit better. The Reaper count has been reset, which is the most important thing. So all of a sudden, we're looking actually not the worst position for Elhaim. Excuse me, for EJK. EJK can kind of stabilize off this. I mean, the income is still not looking great. He can't push out into the field, but he has a tech advantage on his opponent. So it's minor, but maybe he could get back into the game if he just, you know, does what Trace did, honestly.
Yeah, and he's going to maintain that tech advantage for a little bit longer. Ooh, Hellion even gets away for a little bit. If he can actually get a scout off, see exactly what Elhaim's follow-up is, identify that it's a command center, not, say, a factory or something, trying to catch up over there, that'd be a nice win over there for EJK.
Oh, yeah. I think a lot of the times we're going for the factory, just equalize the, you know, the tech, and instead of going the command center, which is also correct. I mean, it's not bad by any means. But the command center, it leaves you open a little bit. There are some maybe all-ins or some banshees that it can throw out to just put you in a really, really uncomfortable spot.
Yeah. EJK comes in with a Reaper, and even though it does get picked off, it kills off one SCV. And I want to also note that he scouts that there is still were a couple more Reapers being produced from Elhaim, so he knows he does have to be careful. Although I say that, but the Hellions are still actually moving across the map and looking to be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, there's a good position for Elhaim still. I really feel like, you know, the Reapers are going to provide a lot of defense. Wow.
Oh, those shots.
Oh, and he's going to kill everything. Man,
GG.
GG. There it is.
I mean, I love the idea with the micro over there from EJK to, you know, get the exact Hellion shots off on all four Reapers. But that situation was kind of a hard one to make a lot happen with.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, as I said, if you're feeling confident in TVT, that's the kind of stuff that you have to do. Look at Elhaim. Look at him. I don't know if you guys can still see his camera. He's trolling, bro. He's trolling.
Yeah. He is
I love
loving
his reaction, by the way. He was just like, yeah, double Reaper proxy. It feels good. It feels good.
Seriously, like I talked with Elhaim beforehand, and it's something that, again, if you guys did watch Breaking Out, I'm not giving like the breaking information on this. I'm not like breaking any confidentiality agreements I had with him. He really, really, really hates gas first openings in TVT. He just doesn't like going for them. But beyond that, I've also been talking with him, and I was saying, you know, hey, how's the preparation going for the tournament and everything? And he's saying, you know, I've been playing a lot of games against my teammate, Nero, and I've just been losing repeatedly, and I feel like I have to go for gas first openings. I need to open myself up to that. And I don't know if we are going to be seeing that kind of, gas first opening going to like the fast starport and stuff. But I love the way that he opened up now, because if EJK has played against Elhaim, if he's identified that same feeling, he might not be aware that Elhaim might be looking to start opening up differently in game number 2.
Yeah, it's difficult to say because like that double Reaper build doesn't happen all too often. So a lot of times you have to be aware your opponent has the range to do stuff like that. But at the same time, you have to say to yourself, well, I can't change up my playstyle for a build that comes or pops up 5% of the time, right? I mean, we can slightly adjust, and technically gas first should be. You just have to execute a little bit better, keep your Hellions alive, keep your SCVs alive. You'll be in a much better position. But it's difficult. I'm not saying it's easy by any means. I mean, that micro is very tough. I do love the fact that he's like, in the beginning, he's like, yeah, I really got to win this. I've been looking forward to it. I've been really preparing for it. Boom, first game off the bat, double Reaper proxy. It's like, that's the preparation that I was talking about. I joke about it, but, a lot of times you do prepare builds like that. Like, you have to think like when the best time is to cheese, when the best time is to take advantage and get these free wins. And that's what you do against, opponents that can be abused. And it looks like EJK can be.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of other players that I've talked to, they've said, sometimes EJK does play a bit further on the greedy side, or, a bit more macro-oriented in general. So good identification from Elhaim, and I'm just curious, like, how does he open up next? EJK is one of those players that I know does like to, first of all, he likes the small little micro plays.
Anyone?
We can hear you.
Maybe,
I'm gonna, oh, hold on. We can hear you, actually, EJK, but we're gonna keep you muted because you're jumping in the next game.
Yeah, well, because I just got disconnected again, but I noticed that this Zoom thing didn't really get disconnected for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Everything else did. So I'm just trying to make sure, and then I'm just gonna run a quick test game to make sure that everything's good. I don't get dropped anymore randomly.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, let me know if you have any more trouble, like in-game chat, if you can, and we'll see you in a bit then.
No, I'm just running like a quick game versus no one, just to like check everything. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Give me like the thumbs up or something, or thumbs down. All right, sorry about that, guys. As EJK just mentioned, he was having a little bit of trouble in that last game, so he's relogged, resetting his connection, making sure everything's stable. You want to make sure things are in a good place, especially in TVT, man. Especially when you're dealing with Proxy Reaper micro.
Oh yeah, I mean the fate of the game can happen so many times in like less than a second, right? A Doom drop comes into your base. It's like if you do not react within that 2 seconds, say goodbye to everything. Like the game is over. If you don't micro Reaper as well, same thing. The game's over. I mean, you lose too many units, you lose your Marines, etc. So it's definitely really important. That's one of the things about StarCraft 2 that can be so frustrating, I think, but it also allows it to have such a high skill cap, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the players are just getting ready. EJK is giving the thumbs up and everything, so we're getting ready to jump into the game as soon as Elhaim gives the go-ahead and the ready. We'll see if he's done playing with his Eeyore. I think it was an Eeyore stuffed plushie. He loves that Eeyore stuffed plushie, man. It was something that maybe some of the audience's members that were paying attention to the cameras. By the way, cameras, hopefully you guys like that. Let me know if you do like it, and we'll try and keep it up for the future tournaments and stuff. But the in-game player cameras can catch what the players are actually doing, which I think is a second for online tournaments. I've only ever seen one other tournament organizer do it, and it was Base Trade TV, and they did it once. So, online tournaments. Let's go into the game. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping into the game as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, leading up 1-0 in this best of 3. It is Flipside Tactics, Elohim.
And spawning cross position in the bottom right-hand corner, the pink Terran, the rogue ninja, it is EJK.
Well, no proxies quite yet, Greetorp. On a 4-player map, I mean, I can't blame anyone, but...
It could still be Proxy Thor, man. Could still be Proxy Thor.
Dude, okay, one of my favorite games of all time was actually from a WCS America qualifier, and it was Nathanius versus Xenocider. And he got the Proxy Thor. Actually, you know what? I think he mentions this a lot. He does. Yeah, he won. It was a fantastic game. It was one of my favorite games.
Yeah, it's so funny.
He had some sick micro, man, because he got the Proxy Thor. Like, for those who don't know, it's not just a Thor. You eventually you get up the starport, you get up the medevac, you bring the Thor along, and you start doing like the pickup drop micro. And if your opponent especially opens up factory, you're just like, what do I make? Hellions.
It can escalate quickly, man. It can escalate very quickly. I think the best way to deal with Proxy Thor is just to have a lot of stuff, but it's still hard to deal with that. I mean, if there's someone that's using that proxy or that Thor drop as capably as Nathanius is, it can be a nightmare a lot of the times.
Yeah. Thank God Nathanius is not in this tournament, Greetorp, because I just don't even know who'd be able to stop him. But we do have Command Center coming down from Elheim, definitely mixing it up from that last series. And Command Center finishing up. Was this a CC first, actually? Or am I going crazy?
Oh, it was a CC. It's very surprising coming out of any Terran player in TVT to do CC first, and then directly after that go double barracks. Normally it's like gas barracks or barracks gas. You get one of those. But, you know, like, this is kind of an obsolete type of style. It's not necessarily bad. Like, you know, in chess, there's a lot of openings that are considered refuted, but it's still used all the time because it's very difficult to deal with. If we do see like one base play, I feel like it's really difficult for Elheim to deal with it. But as we can see with delayed scouts and cross position, this is like the worst position for EJK to be in.
I mean, and not only that, but the SCV from Elheim saw the Reaper and was like, oh, you went for a Reaper opening, cool. And he's had the extra time to get up some more Marines. He only has 2 Marines in the bunker, which, I mean, may be able to stop the Hellion or something, but he's got to be a bit careful. Loses 1 SCV, not entirely ideal, but he does still have some time to react.
Here's the moment of truth, though. Here's the moment of truth where we get to see if Elheim, or excuse me, if EJK was paying attention. And I feel like this is a mistake going to the command center here. You already know that your opponent has a command center finished and done with an orbital on. To react with the command center, that's really difficult. I think you have to invest a little bit more into harassing, a little bit more into doing direct damage and pressure before you actually go off and get your command center. But it looks like he's just going to do the absolute standard stuff, get his medevac out, do a drop, and try to put like continued harassment on his opponent.
Yeah, very interesting. I was wondering. I mean, Greetorp, you are the master of Terran, especially on this call, since I'm very unknowledgeable about Terran sometimes. He had the tech lab sitting there for a while, but he decided to get out that initial medevac. Do you think that was an adaptation, like a change up in his play, or do you think that was just sort of his plan along? You know, get up the 4 Hellions, get up a medevac.
I think it's actually his plan all along. I mean, a lot of times with these openings, they're very, very deliberate in how they actually proceed on with everything that they're doing. So I really think it was a deliberate move here. SCV getting in here is awesome, by the way, from Elheim. I mean, he gets to see exactly what his opponent is capable of, how far ahead he is. He will have to suffer a little bit of damage here. And this is the problem of going bio in the beginning stage. I mean, Stim is halfway done. That's nowhere near being able to stop this attack or shut it down, rather. So he's just going to pick up and suffer the damage. And if you look at that supply count, 45 to 54, 29 workers to 29. Was the CC first worth it?
Yeah, it does become a bit more questionable now. Elhaim finally getting up that factory, starting up his starport. It's going to start to eventually get up his medevacs, and once he finally gets up his medevacs and stim finished up, that's when he's going to be able to start putting on some counter pressure. He's going to start being able to do some stuff, but oh god, dealing with it until then, these Hellions roasting away at some more of his own Marines. It's just kind of stressful for Elhaim to deal with. Even a single Reaper, this initial Reaper, still alive, comes back in, gets another SCV kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, really clever, small little things that EJK is doing to really pull ahead. I mean, he is ahead. There's no doubt about that. He is switching over, it looks like, to be going mech. I like this. He has a good Hellion count. He's pressuring his opponent. Has 2 Ravens, which I'm not necessarily used to seeing, but the extra Raven is going to give him that that auto turret, more auto turrets, to either pressure at the economy or do just a huge push. And a lot of times when we see this and double medevac production and stuff like that, it's going to be, or excuse me, double Viking production, it's going to be a big push. He's going to be looking to do something very, very quickly here. I expect an armor to go down, actually.
Ooh, that'll be very cool. And one of the nice things about those Ravens is, again, kind of you were saying, you can use it in the engagement, but also just harassment. It's kind of like just dropping in your opponent's base, except you can immediately get out of there with a unit that actually costs something. And the units that don't cost anything just get left there. And it doesn't matter if they get cleaned up. They are just doing damage by themselves. It's a kind of nice, safe way to harass.
Wow, really cool little tiny things that Elhaim's doing here. But unfortunately, he's heading right into a pack of Vikings and Ravens. Doesn't help out. I like the single Marine drops, though, just to have scouters all around the map. That's really clever.
Yeah, just getting vision of where everything is, even if he ends up losing 1 or 2 here and there, but
That's a hero hero Marine right there, man. He just killed a Hellion single-handedly. How do you do that?
What? Where?
It was in the center of the map.
Oh, wow. Nice job. Oh, wow. Even got a couple of buddies there to back him up, and we got another
Look at that.
that has Hellion kill.
Did he get the kill for that? No, he didn't. Unfortunate. Oh. Poor guy.
And sometimes you just have kill stealers on your team. Not much you can do about it, man.
That's right. As it stands right now, though, oh no. So EJK, his production, if you look at his factories right now, it's actually blocking siege tanks from popping out.
Oh yeah.
And 2 ways now. Oh god. This hurts me. This hurts me because he not only does he have to move one of the factories, but he also might have to kill an add-on depending on which factory he moves. If he moves the top right one, then he'll be okay, but he has to remake the tech lab. If he kills any of the other ones, he has to. Sad.
This is a really frustrating situation, and it makes you wonder. You know, after having lost that game number 1, he's obviously saying that he's dealing with random computer issues as well. Losing the game number 1 specifically to a cheese, these kinds of things can affect you. They can start making you make mistakes you wouldn't normally make.
That's right, man. I mean, it's not a good feeling, and as I was saying before, psychologically, it really does affect you. Great micro, though, coming out here from EJK, being able to take out a couple of Marines for just a single Hellion. Just doing little things like that, weakening the army, really helps out with this first engagement, because a lot of times, you know, we talked about how these players are tempo-based, both of them really. And Bio is really the one that needs to be tempo-based in this particular TVT. So I feel like if you're able to limit the amount of Marines and siege tanks like this, wow, you're in a great position.
Yeah, but man, EJK has been so on top of just having those Vikings at the right position to stop these drops from coming on along that top side. And Elhaim lost 2 of his siege tanks in the center of the map to Hellions. Just an overwhelmingly large number of Hellions. And he's gonna actually end up losing a lot of Marines with that blue flame.
Wow. And this is why, like, we need Marauders. You know, whenever you're doing bio against mech, you need Marauders to be in here. Now, the one good thing that Elhaim has is that it's Cactus Valley cross positions, man. How easy is it to take a 4th base and a 5th base and a 6th base for mech? It's not that easy, man. Like, it's really, really difficult. But for bio, you slap a planetary fortress on there, and you're pretty good to go. There's no space behind the minerals to really give you the ability to park Hellions there. So that planetary fortress represents a lot of value. And if you want to kill it, you need to bring siege tanks over there, which normally means you need to bring your whole army over there.
Yeah, this is a really it makes the whole decision to go for mech a very interesting choice from EJK because it's going to become a very difficult situation for him. He's starting to get out a couple of the Banshees. Maybe putting on some of that counter harassment is going to help him stop Elhaim from expanding quite so ridiculously, as he's already going up to that 4th expansion right now. But EJK looking to grab his own 4th expansion sometime in the near future. I would imagine, yeah, he's starting up that 4th CC.
Oh gosh, this is scary.
Oh,
this is very scary.
There's a lot of turrets over there. He might end up losing a medevac or two.
It hurts.
There's one.
Yeah, he lost 10 supply already.
Yeah.
He will kill some
get
minerals.
Them all loaded though. Kills a lot of SCVs over there.
Yeah, he did. And he just hasn't done anything. I think he could have had a lot more value here if he actually stemmed forward and did stuff. But just in a really tough spot. He does clear out the turrets, which is the most important thing now, because he has a retreat path. And takes out the gases, bro. Gases. Most important thing you can take out. Oh, gosh. It hurts. It hurts.
Oh, God. Having all those factories but not being able to produce anything. It's just like, I guess I make more Hellions with my tech lab factories because I don't have the gas to produce anything else with it.
No. Say it ain't so, bro.
Well,
say it ain't so.
Definitely buying himself some time doing those kind of maneuvers, and he's looking to do some more harassment. It's just these small little forces, but this time he does have some siege tanks in the mix. I'm wondering how much damage he's going to be able to do over here.
I don't think a lot, but he is kind of pressuring also at the natural, though, with that medevac. It looks like it does go down, and now fails pretty miserably over here. So that's really good for EJK. I mean, that's what the type of engagements you want when you are the meching player, because you realize your supplies are starting to converge really, really quickly. And when that happens, you actually have push potentials just because your opponent's supply really isn't as efficient as yours. You know, you have a lot more seed sinks in your composition, but EJK cannot be caught out of position like this. He needs to back up, man.
Elhaim still engaging with the Bioforce, but maybe he has enough. There's no more Marines left over. There's just Siege Tanks left over. He cleans up all the Hellions, but oh no. Siege Tanks just raining a little bit too much damage over there. And even the Vikings starting to clear off any of those medevacs for Elhaim.
Yeah, it went too ham, bro. Never go too ham. Never go too ham.
Never go full ham.
Never go full ham, that's correct. And yeah, now it's just a lot of Siege Tanks against not a lot of other stuff. And even with air control, you're going to be able to clean up all of these Siege Tanks too. So just a great position for EJK. He's established center control. Now, what does he do with it? That's the big question. And naturally, it's going to be, it's either a polarized spot. It's either you push or you back up and you defend for quite a long time. And in this spot, because we've done so much damage as EJK, we're going to be pushing the majority of the times just because we killed so many units.
Yeah, I think that I imagine that EJK is gonna have to be a bit careful though, because right now he's got a lot of siege tanks up in the middle, and just look at how open this area is, especially the fact that there's no anti-air. The medevac is actually moving in. He's gonna be able to drop these marauders and marines on top of the siege tanks. Oh, good on siege.
Help, but you know, the reinforcements haven't really came in from EJK. He needs to reinforce this position absolutely. He just shut down a medevac drop on the right-hand side, which is really beneficial. And now, once he reinforces, he needs to be pushing. He has a lead on his opponent, and he's just been able to materialize his 4th base, too. So it just says to me, like,
nice.
Another
nice
10
off over there. Yep.
Another. I like what
I
like what Elhaim is doing here. Well, he shouldn't be defending this. He should go for base trades, because defending this is 100% loss. Whereas base trades at least gets
that. And it even gets filtered through a little bit of a choke over there between the planetary fortress and the wall, and just gets the army decimated. Takes out almost next to nothing over there.
Yeah, just shredded. GG well played gets called out, and EJK will take map number 2. Really nicely done by EJK. Couple of things. It kind of felt like Elhaim was trying to put on aggression, and I always talk about this. These kids these days, they're so aggressive, and they're they're almost aggressive to a fault. And I think these guys need to temper their aggression a little bit, because I felt like Elhaim was in a great economic position. I mean, he got his command center up. He was putting on pressure pretty nicely. He got his third base faster. He got his fourth base faster. And he was just having the inefficient engagements. You know, take a little bit of time, scan your positions, get the right engagements, and then go from there. But I know how difficult TVT is these days. It can be very challenging.
Yeah, and Elhaim especially is a very, very aggressive player. He often says that he call him the Beatbox Terran as his nickname for breaking out. And it's because he loves his drops. He drops the beat. It's a terrible pun, but you guys are going to have to live with it. But, I mean, he's also said that he's not all about, you know, just having his drops micro to perfection. That's not what his drops are about.
Yeah.
His drops are, he does so many that one or, you know, a couple of them will do a lot of damage. And he's even kind of recognized in the past and like admitted that it does become a word that I'm usually pretty hesitant to use, but to quote himself, a bit of a coin flippy situation where he's not afraid to make those coin flips. He's not afraid to take those big risks that, you know, sometimes the drops work out, sometimes they don't. And he's expecting to lose some, but I agree, like tempering the aggression a little bit, especially when you're moving into like 5 missile turrets and like you don't have any air superiority versus like a lot of Vikings and stuff, becomes a little bit difficult.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's difficult because like he's just trying to do as best as he can with this aggression, and he's seeing openings, or he's trying to make openings. And in TVT against mech, like that's what you have to do. You have to assert yourself onto the map. You have to assert yourself and your will against your opponent. So like, as much as I'm faulting him, I'm also saying like, oh, it's within reason. Like he's just on the higher end of aggression. If he just scans and sees like, oh, there are 4 turrets there, it might not be wise to go and attack into that. You know, that would be a lot better. You can siege on that side too. You don't actually have to drop. You can, you know, shove 2 or 3 siege tanks on that left-hand side, kill the turrets. There's an opening there, not only at the natural, but also at the, I'm sure, the 3rd base at that point. You're stopping the 4th base from going down, all these little things. So it's difficult, I would say, overall in this matchup, but it can be done.
Yep. We'll see how exactly these two players decide to use that, those last 2 games as a way of learning what to do in the next set, because they only have 1 game left over. It is ace match in this best of 3. We'll see you guys in a second. All right, welcome back, guys. We're going to be jumping into this game as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, top of the pink Terran player, representing no team, but still looking to win. It is EJK.
And moving on over to the bottom right-hand corner, the purple Terran. The guy I would say is ambitious. Ambitious is the perfect word. It is Elhaim. Of course, Elhaim, part of Flipside Tactics, also on teammates with guys like Puck. You know,
yeah.
Flipside Tactics, showcasing some pretty powerful, potent players.
Grutorp, I gotta say, I try as a caster. I'm sure you know the feeling of like, you know, gotta make sure I'm not too biased toward like certain teams and stuff, because I know you like talk with people and behind the scenes, etc. But Flipside Tactics, man, their manager just like every time I talk to him, he was like, hey, you know, we're picking up this player. I'm like, I love that player. They just keep picking up players that I love. I mean, they got Jon Snow, they got Puck, they have Bale. All these are really, really great players. Actually, also personal side, all players, or besides Puck, players from Breaking Out. A lot of them come from Flipside.
Oh.
But yeah.
Maybe you need to be charging some sort of management fee or like a finder's fee, you know? It's like,
maybe I should start getting Flipside Tactics. Yeah, exactly. They just should maybe start
donating to the prize pool. I don't know. I'll have to talk with the manager about that.
That's all right, man.
Well, I want to note really quickly though, because it's something I addressed earlier, and it's the fact that Elhaim, this game, went for the gas first. Something that he has been very, very hesitant to do for a very long time, up until this past week. So, Greetorp, we're talking about a player that is doing something different from what they've been practicing for most of, like, Heart of the Swarm. They've changed it up in 1 week, and they're expecting and hoping that it's going to work out. I don't know about you, man, but usually that stuff has a lot of repercussions.
I agree. But at the same time, it's like, it's considered the best build for a reason right now. You know, it's the absolute safest. It gets you places. It's just like, it is able to put on pressure and at the same time go for an economic route. I mean, you can literally do a huge assortment of things, whereas Command Center First, you can't really pressure your opponent. You can't go and do a fast Hellion drop or anything like that. No, you have to basically defend for most of the game. Whereas, if I do a really, really quick Banshee build, I could be doing a follow-up push. I could be doing an expansion behind that. I could be doing more Banshees. I could be doing a Raven push. Like, there's so many different things that you can do directly after that. And that's why I think gas first, even though it's not something that he's practiced, it's good because it's just a better build than what he was doing before.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And clearly, we can see that Elhaim also agrees. Reaper going to be coming in over here from EJK. He's going to scout out and see everything that's going on. Ooh, he gets very close getting an SCV kill over there. Nice target firing in there.
This is a little bit interesting if I'm Elhaim, okay? I see a Reaper in the early stage, and immediately I'm thinking, my opponent is not capable of doing any Banshees because, well, Reaper delays your Banshees by just about, 50 seconds, I believe, off of 1 gas, 25 seconds off of 2 gas. That is a lot of seconds, if I have to say so myself. That is a lot of seconds. So you're in a position where it's like, well, do you really think I'm going to die to a Banshee that comes 50 seconds later? Probably not.
Yeah.
But, of course, EJK, he could have gone Banshees, but he's going Raven, just being super, super defensive. And look at this. He has the Viking in position. He's, like, swatting his opponent down.
Oh, Cloak hasn't even finished
almost
up.
Finished. Oh, my God.
This is painful.
Oh, the dream.
It goes down
it's
before
the dream.
it even... Oh.
So, look at how cool that was, by the way. EJK had patrolling Hellions across the map. Normally, you don't have that, right? Normally, it's just everything's in your base. He was able to have his Viking out all the way on the map and stop any Banshees from doing damage. Normally, the Viking is like right in the base defending against that. If he waited that long, he would have had to deal with a Cloak Banshee, but no longer.
Yeah.
Just really, really cool play coming out of EJK. Small, little, tiny adjustments that we see these players doing.
And it's those small things that make a big difference. And Elhaim, okay, he's moving across the map, but EJK is lifting off that natural command center and just retreating back. He's identified, that's don't really seem to have that command center finished up on the low ground or anything right now. Better be a bit careful, play it a little bit safer. And that air superiority actually coming in handy for EJK.
That's right. And I don't think any damage will be done here, especially with the auto turret from the, auto turrets from both players, but I feel like defensive auto turrets is really nice. Those Marines are nicely peppered, and, with the siege tank popping out and everything over here, I just feel like it's, wow, what is this siege tank doing? He's audacious.
He doesn't have the high ground vision, so he's going to be taking a lot of damage over there, loses a lot of Marines.
Oh, God.
Now, I wonder if he can get much damage over here. At least like denying that natural until he can get up his own safely completed and everything.
Man, I mean, I don't know if it really matters though. Like, this is already so much damage, and now another Banshee going down. Oh,
yeah.
It hurts so badly. Like, this is just so much material you're giving up. It's like if you're playing chess and you lose a queen really, really early. Maybe not a queen, maybe like a rook, but you lose a rook really early, and you're like, man, I'm in a bad spot. It's just not a good place to be in. And now you're in a position where you're analyzing a game that you're not used to either. You're normally used to being even, whereas now it's like, why am I even analyzing a game where I just started off really, really bad? It's not a comfortable situation for Elhaim to be in.
Oh, yeah. And Elhaim is one of those emotional players. The small things get to him, and this is actually quite a big thing at this point. And he's even moved that Sea Shank back further into the base, so he ends up losing that as well. I don't really know if that was worth it, but at the end of the day now, he's got to make do with the decisions he's made and make do with the units that he does have, which quite frankly aren't a lot, but maybe he can make something happen with some.
He has catch up
kind of
now that he has 42 workers on top of the 28 of his opponent. So as you were talking about before, the command center being there, he was able to establish and develop it pretty nicely. But now we have a very unorthodox cloak banshee coming in, doing a lot of damage to even that worker count up. He's going to force out turrets. He's going to kill marines. Like, just a great spot for this one banshee to be in. And also, he has such a huge army lead. That's 10 kills, maybe even more. But 11 kills right now on that banshee, and also a mule right there, and still not dying. Wow. Just great spot for EJK. Just even things up very nicely. The worker count is still in favor of Elhaim, but the army tab, that's what we really have to look at. You can see it's nicely ahead for EJK.
Yeah, and we even got the second Banshee coming in. I mean, talk about things that I think a lot of Terran players don't really expect in this matchup is after your opponent has gotten up the Raven and played defensive for a little bit, dealt with your Banshee, then making two Banshees and going in and harassing. And Elhaim is just so out of position for this. He's not even reacting. He's not pulling workers or anything because he's dealing with the Banshee at the natural. I'm not even sure he's trying to manage the drops.
Yeah, he almost lost one of his drops too, which is very scary. And yeah, this is just falling worse and worse for Elhaim. He's right now has the worker disadvantage, sitting at 37 to 30.
Yeah.
Holy moly, this is looking bad.
Oh, Greetop, I don't know if you're watching the player cameras right now, but Elhaim did not look too satisfied with what he saw. He just noticed the Banshees in there and gave it a big shake of his head. He's gone for the drop in the main base. See how much damage he can do, but the Marines get cleaned up. With no Marines, these Hellions are going to be enough to finish these off.
Right, and just a single siege tank cleans up both of them, just because there's so many tanking units. Another drop's going to come up here. Another two drops are going to come up here, but just not enough. Yeah, he's going to be able to clean up a little bit, but there's already a siege tank back there. There's Hellions. The Banshees, did they finally get cleaned up? It looks like one of them is still alive, and the other one is dealt with accordingly. But looking at it, I mean, almost double the supply, 100 to 60 at this point. This is like so good. This Banshee is such a hero. Look at him. 22 kills.
Jeez.
22 kills.
Well,
now it's dead.
Goes down.
Still, it doesn't matter. It paid for itself and more.
Yeah, that's not even including the scans and just the positional advantages that it gave him in pulling Elhaim back repeatedly. And honestly, even just like pushing Elhaim further over. Every time I look at his player cam, Greetorp, I can't emphasize this enough and how much I love being able to look at it because I just keep seeing Elhaim. Whenever one of these things happen, you see that shaking, you see that he's being driven further and further. I want to say on tilt.
Yeah, I mean, emotion play a very large factor into these competitive games. He's coming out with another drop, trying his best to actually do stuff here. Taking the third base, which obviously is the type of stuff that you need to be doing against a meching player. But EJK just looks so incredibly like comfortable in this spot. And now pushing in, he sees the three turrets. He's like, don't want.
I really like that decision from EJK. I mean, just think about how can my opponent get back into this game? Drops. I mean, that's like the #1 thing that people think about in TVT. So build extra missile turrets in your natural, not just your third, not just your main base.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, jeez.
What a great Hellion splash. What a great Hellion splash. And you can see the problems now with sending out so many drops. One, you don't have anything to contest air, and two, you don't have any midovacs with your main army. GG, EJK wins a well-deserved 2-1 series.
Yep, and we are going to be hopping into that winner's interview with Elhaim, or sorry, not Elhaim, sorry, wrong player. Winner's interview with EJK, as we go ahead and get him unmuted. EJK, man, how you feeling after that game? Or EJK, how you feeling after that game, man?
I did not underestimate Elaham at all, and I'm very glad that I did because he was a very good player and he put up quite a good fight.
Yeah, were you feeling like a little bit annoyed or like pressured after game number 1? I know that you were not only talking about the lag, but also dealing with that kind of proxy to Reaper.
I didn't let it get to me. It's as simple as that. I've had enough experience where I was able to keep a level head and just do what I practiced.
Okay, EJK, I'm gonna ask you this: did you get tilted with your factories this game?
Again, I think that would have okay. So I remember MMA, like that happened to MMA in a GSL game. So he put a depot there. And I was like, okay, that's gonna fix it. And no, it didn't fix it. So
well, you actually lowered the depot, so it was like it wasn't there anymore. So it was just hilarious. But obviously, you were able to deal with it very easily. And
I accepted it that it was something that I was gonna be playing from behind with. I wouldn't have had enough units, so I waited a really long time. Like I was playing very patiently to get a big mech army and move out. And I was also really far ahead from the opener as well. I don't think he had many, and he was expanding really fast, so I knew that he wouldn't have a very large army, and even if he did, then he wouldn't be able to replenish it very fast either, and he most likely had to cut upgrades as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much, EJK, staying cool into the heat of battle. Guys, we're going to be moving into the winners game. We're going to be seeing EJK face off versus Trace. EJK, I'll save the questions for when we also have Trace on the call. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching the Breakout Invitational. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Trace, the reactive toss.
Trace is not the Protoss that relies on all-ins for his victories. He's got a solid macro style that involves very patient and reactive play. If you didn't know any better, you might think he was a Zerg off-racing as a Protoss. His PvZ is all about information gathering and macro.
I like to basically play with little all-ins and just straight up macro. It kind of depends on the person I play. I'd have heavy sentries if I'm doing a macro-based play. So that means I'll definitely have a lot of hallucinations to use. So the Phoenix would go, I would send out the Phoenix, the hallucination, and then I'd scope out what they're doing.
He struggles with his PvT the most.
It's actually my worst matchup. I think it's been my worst matchup for like 2 years. It's either I don't harass enough or I just like die to a big attack. Sometimes I like mess up my multitasking and I like die to like drops or something. Passive is a pretty big, it's the perfect word I would say it actually to describe how I play against Terran.
PvP is an okay matchup, but it is harder for him to play his macro style in.
Mostly I open with Blink Stalkers like quite a bit. Now I said I like to go for macro games in the other matchups. This is also true in PvP, but it's a lot easier to lose in it's the same army versus the same army.
Trace is a deadly Protoss that doesn't rely on gimmicks to win. Be sure to check out the reactive toss on Breaking Out.
EJK, the GIF Master Terran.
Better known for his awesome micro GIFs that he posts to Reddit, EJK is a returning player to Breaking Out that tries to get small advantages early on that he can utilize in the late game. He does have a habit of overextending at times though. This definitely carries over to his TVZ.
I guess my biggest weakness would be trying to end the game quickly. I will always try to push that advantage. My biggest strength, I guess, would be getting those small advantages. I get them very often. Once I have them, I really try to push it, but sometimes I just over push it and things go wrong from there.
His TVT sees a similar trend.
My strength is that I can find small advantages. My weakness is that I don't use them properly and I can, I'll try to parade push and win and that might not have been the right decision or I mess up and then as a result I'm kind of far behind and I have to try to work myself back into the game.
TVP is his worst matchup, where he tries to play a tempo-based style.
I try to play a more tempo-based game. I like to use aggressive strategies and try to get an advantage so that when I do get into a Ghost Viking stage, they won't have been sitting on their butts all day. As long as the tempo is in my favor, it's okay.
EJK has a pretty flashy playstyle and will generally be a fun player to watch. So check out the GIF Master Terran on Breaking Out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready to jump into our next series. And it is going to be EJK, the winner of that last series, versus Trace, the winner of the first series of the day. So how are you two winners feeling? EJK, let's start with you, man. How you feeling?
I am fine and peachy. How are you?
I'm feeling good, but I want to know, the thing that you're saying, or I'm getting from you, is how calm you are. You're saying you weren't getting phased by anything in the previous series. You just seem really at peace. So
it took a lot
feeling
of work.
Pretty good?
Let's just put it at that.
A lot of meditation beforehand, I'm sure. Meditating in the mountains for 36 days or something. Preparation for this moment. But you're going to be facing off versus Trace. And again, you didn't seem like you were getting too phased by anything when I asked you about how you're feeling versus EJ or Elhaim. Not feeling too worried about Trace either?
No, it's neutral. I respect Trace and I respected Elhaim as opponents, so I don't take this lightly.
All right, fair enough. Trace, the feeling's mutual over there. I mean, you did say 4-0 your group easy, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think this match is probably the most likely match where I'm likely to lose a game, or maybe even lose 2 games. So whatever happens, happens, I guess.
Oh, wow. And does that kind of tie back to your sort of uncomfortableness with the TV or PvT matchup?
Yeah, of course. That'll always be one of the factors that I'm thinking about in my head. But it really depends on just how the game turns. If I win the first game, I think I'll be okay to just close it out.
All right. Well, looking forward to seeing how game number 1 goes. Gentlemen, do you have any words for each other before we send you off to your player booths?
Good luck, man.
Yeah, good luck. Same to you.
So mannered. Nobody ever takes me up an opportunity to BM. All right, have fun in your player booths, you nice people, and best of luck. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting ready to jump into the game. I think that we just need Greetorp. I don't know if you noticed you're like out of the game now or something.
Oh, what?
So, yeah, I don't know what happened, but we'll get you back in the game before we get started. And we're going to be starting off on the map Echo. PVT, I mentioned this before, Trace said he's not feeling too good about this matchup. This is probably the matchup he's going to be struggling with the most. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Trace can adapt in this particular series, because he was saying 4-0, but you can definitely see some of the uncertainty moving into this.
Oh yeah, he was reneging on a statement, man. Like that's
Yeah.
that's definitely a lack of a little bit of confidence or a lot of bit of confidence, you know? I'm like you, man. I want one of these guys to just come into the game and be like, man, EJK, screw you, gonna crush you. You're nothing to me. You know? Would love it. Would love it. Cause how could you not?
Yeah. Exactly. And I'm hoping that people tune in for tomorrow, because I feel like there's one player I'm gonna be able to count on who's gonna do that, and that's Hugh Shang, a Protoss player. He's got a little bit of an ego. He's got a healthy amount of ego on him and an unhealthy amount of BM sometimes.
Fear Dragon, I promise, if I ever qualify for one of these, I'm definitely going to just smack talk.
Go ham, man.
Time.
Go ham. Go ham on it. All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the game, guys. We'll see you there. All right, spawning down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we got the red Terran player. Saw him in that last series, but that was a Terran versus Terran. He's moving into a TVP. It is EJK.
And over in the top left-hand position of this beautiful map Echo, it is our Gravity player, none other than Trace.
All right, Greetorp, if I think of a Protoss player that says they play a bit defensively, if I think of a Protoss player that says they sit back and kind of wait until they get to that late game stage, this is the matchup I think about. This is the matchup where I think Protoss player holding off drops, trying to make sure they don't take too much damage, so they can eventually get up that big Colossus High Templar army and just storm over their opponent.
Yeah. In general, this is the type of style that like every single Terran in the world wants to face against. Like it is a dream, because a lot of times with the super passive play, when I know you're not going to be pushing on me, heck, I could proxy 2 barracks and just mess with you completely. I could proxy a second starport and mess with you. There are so many different things that you can do to a Protoss like this when you know they're not doing any sort of counterattacking pressure. Now, we have seen him do like zealot pressure while attacks are going on, but it's always that kind of stuff, like very minor, negligible attacks that are just trying to do stuff when he feels comfortable. That means when he feels like he can 100% defend against whatever's coming. And that's a big problem. Terran can just flood their entire, you know, it's like what is that battle? In the Return of the King, when they're just flooding their entire entirety of Mordor, and it's like, why are you doing that, bro? You're vulnerable to counterattacks.
Taking cost-inefficient engagements, man.
Exactly. If you keep 10 goblins at home, you're gonna be fine. Instead, no. What does he do? Now 2 hobbits are able to just straddle themselves into Mordor, and then they win the game. That's what you have to do. You have to have little hobbits that are just counterattacking, and that way you keep 100 orcs at home, and you're good to go.
It's a perfect. That is the best analogy I have heard, Greetorp, in my days of casting. Wow. But okay, we had the Reaper come in. That was like Hobbit number 1 over here for EJK to move in, see everything that's going on. He sees that the Nexus is being taken, and here's the thing. Trace is, again, one of those he's not only a defensive player, he's also a very reactive player. He's going to be looking to try and see what EJK is up to, but I wonder how that sort of works in this matchup, because this is generally the matchup I think of as a Terran player being a bit more reactive to the Protoss player. They're adapting by saying, okay, I'm going to get up my starport with a reactor a little bit earlier to deal with Colossus versus, doing Widowmine drops if you're going for a lot of Zealots, that kind of stuff.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
Oh, I guess I was just like interested in how Trace is going to show like that sort of reactive style, if he is going to at all in this matchup.
I think gosh, there are different ways of being reactive, right? Like it could be, I don't know. It depends how greedy he wants to be too, because I really don't know how to characterize his TVP just yet. With his TVZ, he was not that greedy, or excuse me, with his PVZ, he was not that greedy, but he also wasn't let's 6 gate and then take our expansion, right? He was 3 gate and let's take our expansion. So he does kind of straddle that line right there where it's like greedy but not too greedy. So ordinarily, I think if you're going a Robotech like this, he's going to go probably 3 Colossus into the 3rd base. That's like the natural thing to do. Just get up, your double forges eventually. You can get them a little bit later, and you'll be fine. You'll be able to stop all the shenaniganery. But we'll find out. I mean, really, there's a lot of unanswered questions that we just don't know. One thing, though, I do want to talk about is EJK and how he goes, the order of his buildings really quickly. He's gone 2 barracks into engineering bay into factory barracks. That's very unordinary. Normally, it's 2 barracks into barracks, engineering bay, factory. So he's opting to get a much, much faster upgrade with the +1 and also to get the factory out more so than getting quality units like Marauders out.
Yeah, I also wonder if the earlier, engineering bay, useful for the missile turrets. I was going to say against Oracles, but I mean, observers too, if you can get those pickoffs.
Yep, definitely so. However, the one thing is his composition, because it's so marine heavy, it's going to be much harder to do damage than if he was prepping with his first drop with 4 Marauders. If you have 4 Marauders, you can actually start doing a lot of damage. But with this, you really are only looking for probe kills, right? Marines kill probes, not buildings.
Yeah. Well, it seems like the first drop may be coming out from Trace rather than EJK. EJK is moving across the map with some of those Marines, but the Warp Prism moving along the top right-hand side of the map, going to be moving in. EJK may have a couple of units left back at home to try and defend against this, but having a couple more Marines outside on the map, we'll see how much damage they can do. There's a lot of Stalkers at home to deal with this.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing though from Trace. The drop that you were talking about, great scan right there. I mean, a lot of TVP comes down to knowing where the protest observers are and being able to punish that. But as you were talking about this drop, I mean, it represents, hey, those are Frodo and Samwise, okay? They're the ones that are going to keep Terran at home. Ordinarily, at 9:30, 10 minutes, this is when Terran wants to be pushing out onto the map, and that's exactly what he's doing. And he's forcing Terran to be in really, really weird spot where it's like, man, how do I deal with this? Do I actually commit to this drop, or do I not? I'm not sure. And we're going to see multi-pronged harassment coming in from both these players.
Yep, Tolkien was a mastermind, and he knows the kind of adaptations that Trace needs to make. He's got to be careful with that Warp Prism, got to make sure he doesn't actually end up losing it, and Trace does manage to defend. Takes a little bit of worker damage, but not too much. Okay. Well, managed to hold that off, but man, these Zealots doing some good damage in the main.
That's right, man. I mean, he's going to be able to deal with this pretty easily. One of the things, I guess minor things would be his production facilities could be aligned to the point where it's see in between that reactor and the command center, that's how you want most of your production structures to be. That way you could just shove a Marauder there, have it being healing, and then it doesn't matter how many Zealots you have, you're going to be able to just use the chokes that are inherent in your production. So it looks like a third Nexus is going to go up really quickly, though. I like what we're seeing from Trace. That's how he's actually substantiating getting his upgrade or his third base up. He's actually putting counter pressure and relying on that, and just having a big army.
Yeah, just creating space for himself. And Twilight Council going to be finishing up, and he's going to be able to start up that +2 weapons, +2 armor. Really liking where the upgrades are sitting right now for Trace. EJK not opting to get his +2/+2 just yet, but he is looking to put on some big pressure over here.
That's right, man. It's going to be all about this. We talked about, the tempo type of style that these Terran players have been favoring, especially EJK and Elheim, both of which are very tempo-based. I think that's what TVP has kind of, become. Wow, is that a cancel in the third?
Ooh. I think...
I was not expecting that, man. Yeah, it is a cancel on the third base. I don't know why.
I don't know if he just felt he was out of position and he didn't want to move down that ramp. I mean, that can be kind of awkward, but that is a really heavy reaction over here. He's going for some War Prism harassment in the main. I think that the War Prism ended up getting killed off, yeah. But that's unfortunate.
I think that's a mistake, man. He didn't mean to do something like that. The reason why he thought that was okay probably was like, oh, no third base. Okay, let's not get our third up because he's doing a 2-base all-in. But then he realized the command center was actually in the main.
Yeah.
And now he has to cancel it again. Wow, that's really, really tough now for our.
Oh god, EJK even knocked out the destructible rocks, just making sure that he can't be chased. And Trace, I mean, I guess his third is now finally a little bit better defended now that those rocks are knocked down, but it is going to be a very late third.
It's a tough spot for Protoss at this point. I mean, he doesn't really have any advantages, but we've seen him in this same spot basically in his PVZ, and he was able to come back into the game. So I'm not going to count him out just yet. How does he deal with
this? Is a great place.
My god!
Blink finishes up.
But he uses 2 medevacs.
But he uses all this blink on the low. Oh, that is such a smart play, using the recall.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Going to be able to defend against this and potentially clean up the third base. Not in time, though. No.
Yeah. But still, does manage to do some nice damage and kills off a lot of his... Gotta be careful with those Colossus, though. Oh, Colossus. They have an extra ledge. They have an alternative route.
All right, and this might be the trigger, though, for Trace to actually push out and win the game. Because that was a lot to actually lose. And also, these medevacs are on the defensive, right? They're no longer, developed onto the map. So, there's no counterattack coming in. You can actually just have a very focused effort into your opponent's army composition and then just get the advantage that way. Or get the game win, really.
Yeah. If Trace wants to make some damage happen right now, this is the time, because as you were saying, there's no medevac drops. He's got a decent number of Colossus. He's even got a nice upgrade lead sitting on 2-2, and he's charging into the natural expansion. Gotta be a bit careful about where he decides to engage over here, though.
Oh god, this is so scary. SCV pull. He is over some mines, so he can actually wait off, knowing that his opponent doesn't have observers.
Oh yeah. Gotta pick off those Vikings, though. He's taking a lot of damage on this Colossus. Oh, loses 2 of them.
Oh, he's just going for it, man. He doesn't care at all. A very aggressive blink up onto his opponent, but there's no charge still, so it makes it very awkward. Archons will come in here and give some snowball effect. But remember, those mines still exist, I do believe. Yeah, some of the mines do exist, so he needs to be so careful.
Yeah, did he actually end up losing all of his observers? Yeah, he's got 1 observer. He's moving across the map. That was one of those drop defense observers. And there's a Widow Mine that's sitting at the third. It's going to delay this third from actually going up for Trace. Trace felt like he did a decent amount of damage, but still annoying to keep losing that third.
That's right. I mean, EJK is so far ahead in this game now because of that engagement. Now being able to take out another observer.
No. So close.
Barely missed.
Second time?
But it's a good defense here. I think EJK is in a much, much better position than his opponent. And, there is a storm switchover. But, I mean, the fact is the third base is up for quite a long time. The main base of the Protoss is actually mining out pretty quickly here. So bases matter a lot more because of that mine out factor. And it's just a spot where, you know, Protoss really don't want to be. They don't have a good solution. Looking at the upgrades real quick, we can see that, see, it's 2-2 against 2-1. So, you know, Protoss doesn't have like a huge advantage or anything like that. And he's not getting 3-3 anytime soon. So it's just it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot for Protoss. I'm not sure what he can do here other than, you know, just try to play cost efficiently as best as possible.
Yeah, and with Storm finished up, I mean, that is like the #1 way to take cost-efficient engagements is get some good Storms out. Whether or not he's going to be able to, that's an entirely separate question. As EJK start to move across the map, and again, sitting up a bit in supply, but that's worker supply, so Trace still has an opportunity to make something happen over here.
Yep. I love the Widow Mines, though. That incorporation makes it a lot harder for this mass charge lot style to actually be effective. Nice little pick off on that Colossus. Now just going to kite back, kill all the Zealots, and really just reap the benefits. EJK just cannot have a main engagement, though. That's exactly what he can't do. He can't go idle like that. Needs to be so careful.
Does manage to back out of there in time. Tries to move in with a secondary force and realizes that, okay, no, army's still moving back. No opportunity to do some kind of counter-harassment over there. But EJK is finishing up his 4th expansion. He's in comparison, EJK finishing up a 4th. Trace still hasn't even taken the gas geysers at his 3rd. It's just a world of difference between these two right now in terms of how their economies are unfolding.
Yeah, and kind of interesting, too, that Trace is saying, like, oh, I have the advantage, let's actually push out and try to kill our opponent, because, you know, based on how the game has unfolded, I guess he's trying to hit a timing with his High Templars, but there's still a lot of bio here and a lot of medevacs to help out with those Storms. Not saying that, you know, Storm can't do anything, but, you know, this is still really, really difficult. We'll find out.
Yep. Decent number of Marines over there in the center, but that is not where the Storm manages to hit. Storm actually hitting a lot more of the Zealots. Those are some good Storms. And Trace is looking like he may be able to do something over here, but he's got to be careful about getting sandwiched.
Yeah, nice SEV pull here. That's going to help out so much with just tanking up a lot of the damage. And actually reinforcements coming in here from Protoss. This is going to be able to take some momentum here. And that is not bad.
And he kills off a lot of SCVs over there. Now the ghosts are starting to come out, and they are not only going to be able to EMP any additional High Templars that come out, but they clean up those Zealots very, very quickly. A couple more units coming out from Trace. He's continuing to warp in and put on the pressure. He's not probing up. He's not taking a 4th behind in this. He's not taking the gas guys as 3rd. That is it. GG gets called.
Yep, and EJK will take it. Really, really impressive stuff. I mean, that was a great hold at the end. You might ask yourself, like, why did he give up? It was such a successful attack. He killed 50 SCVs. But the truth of the matter is, the 3rd base, you said it best, your Dragon, did not take the 5th and 6th gas. When you don't do that, what do you really have to fall back on? You don't have a lot of gas income. Your main gas is mining out soon. Your natural gas is mining out soon. It's just a really tough spot for Protoss to be in. And that's why, as soon as he stabilizes, now it's Ghosts, Vikings, and a lot of bio. With Medevacs still out on the field, you can't really come back into that game.
Yeah, it all goes back to that 3rd expansion and how it got canceled multiple times for Trace. I mean, you think about if Trace is able to make that kind of stuff happen, to take an engagement like that, when he had his 3rd canceled so many times, he had so many delays, etc. EJK was able to put on that pressure. Imagine if he did have that 3rd up and it didn't get canceled, if he was able to get up the kind of army with even more gas, if he was able to get even more High Templars or Storms or Archons and Colossus out.
He would have been in glorious position, man. Glorious position, but I think he just accidentally canceled or misread the situation, and he put himself in a very tough spot. He still did a really nice job. I mean, we saw that last fight was very close. It looked like he could take some momentum there, but overall, it's just like too difficult to come back from, you know, a game where you've been trading the whole time at mid-game and haven't been able to situate your 3rd, and you just can't stay alive in the war of attrition.
Exactly, and we're starting to see maybe some of the frustrations that Trace has in the matchup. I mean, even with how well he was, I felt like he was handling, for example, some of the drop harassment, like the big Doom drop that EJK decided to go for. I mean, he got his army in position at the right time because he had a really nice observer spread, a really nice coverage.
got his stalkers, blinked under the medevacs, killed off 2 of them, even recalls back to the main base to make sure none of that gets sniped off, but he still ends up losing the third because, you know, he's out of tricks. He's used up blink, he's used up good positioning, he's used up his Nexus recall, but then just one short of being able to save that third expansion. It can be a bit frustrating for Trace, and I hope that it doesn't get to him too much.
Yeah, it was tough, man. But EJK, I mean, props to him. He played it very, very, very well. I mean, for him to defend against that, he lost probably like 30 to 40 supply in that drop, and then still was able to defend against, you know, a 3 Colossus, 4 Colossus push, which with frankly not a lot of Vikings, you know, it's still very, very cool on how he defended that and was able to be successful. So props to EJK, man. Both these players are very evenly matched, I would say.
Yep. And we are going to be jumping into the next game as soon as the players go ahead and give the ready. But I want to talk about the next map, and that's going to be Vonnie Research Station. Greetorp, there's a saying that I like to go by, is that in-base expansions in a Protoss versus Terran makes me cry when I'm playing Protoss, man. It makes me cry because it's just like it's asking to be dropped in my mind. That's always how I feel about it.
Well, don't worry, because you play Protoss, so you're asking to be dropped. That's just the fact of it.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think it's a really good map for Protoss in the early stages, and then as the game develops into mid-game and end-game, it's not so good of a map. Well, we'll talk about it as we get into game.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hop into that map intro. All right, spawning up here in the top side of the map, Vonnie Research Station, we have the pink Terran player leading up the series 1-0. It is EJK.
And his opponent spawning in the bottom middle position as the purple Protoss. It is the very properly placed, poignant player, EJK. So, we're talking about in-base expansions. We're talking about how I think it might be a little bit good. I think it's great for Protoss in general. But I understand how it's a big target on your back every single time you go and take that right expansion. I would say if the third base was actually the gold base, like if the terrain was proper and it led to that gold base and that was just a regular base, this would be a massive Protoss favored map. Like huge. But of course it's not. It's not that. Instead, you're expanding like a line position. But why I like the opening for Protoss a lot more than regular maps is because you only have to defend against one ramp and you cover everything in the early game, you know, that doesn't drop.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And it brings me actually to something that I really, really like about the way you're phrasing it. Because maps aren't just binary. It's not just like, this is in all ways, shapes, and form a good map for Terran or a good map for Protoss. There's aspects of it that the players can try and capitalize on.
That's right.
So, yeah, as you were saying, like I want to see how Trace adapts to, you know, for example, the drop potential at the back door. He's been doing a great job, I will say, with that kind of observer coverage, keeping an eye on the map, making sure the units are in the right place. EJK, I wonder how he kind of adapts to that. If he tries to, you know, put on it, if he just tries to avoid putting on any kind of super duper early game pressure.
Fear Dragon, I'm going to pose you something. What if maps, instead of being made for all 9, I guess all 6 matchups, or really 3 matchups, okay? What if instead they were made for only 1 matchup? How much would that change the game, you know? So for PvZ, we take the same map, but we change the third base location a little bit, you know? I think that would be really, really cool a nice little implementation, because how hard is it as a map maker trying to do everything?
There's so many things you have to design. Designing maps, for anyone, by the way, who's out there saying like, well, I don't understand what Blizzard's doing with these trash. Try going to the map. I dare you spend 1 hour at least trying to make your own map, and you will see, just thinking about it, and like you'll realize how difficult it is. It is absurd levels of difficulty.
You have to say stuff like, oh, well, Bio's too strong here. Oh, well, Sentries will just wreck a Zerg here. I can't do that. And it just gets to be a nightmare. And that's why, how cool would it be if it's just, isolated towards a single matchup? PVZ, PVT, TVP, TVZ, whatever it might be. Anyway, we have the same opening coming out from Terran as we did last game. He's opening up with those very quick engineering bay, getting a very, very quick upgrade. This is like super fast, by the way. Wow.
On the other hand, we actually have Trace doing something very quickly. Off of one gateway, he's going for the blink play, and I'm liking it right now. I mean, right now he's been able to shut down this Reaper from EJK. Even though the Reaper hasn't been killed off, he's been keeping it away from scouting the Twilight Council. He's been keeping it away from the natural expansion, so no massive amount of like gas has been seen or anything like that, or lack of gas.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of stuff that you can do now and have like 7-minute, 30-second to 8-minute pushes with blink that you wouldn't be able to do on a map like, I don't know, like Overgrowth, because you needed more units out on the field a lot earlier. You just can't do stuff like that. So this is a great spot where Blink Stalkers are going to take advantage of the very, very marine-heavy army. And if there's one way to take advantage of marine-heavy armies in the early stages that don't have Marauders, it's going to be to put pressure on with Blink Stalkers. It's just the best way. Wow, great scouting!
Oh, the money scout! God.
This is like a game-winning scout here if I'm the Terran player.
Someone give that Reaper a raise, because he's still doing work. Oh my god. He's still killing workers. He's killing the third. Oh god, Trace. He's got to be feeling the pressure right now. He's got to be he's making mistakes, man.
Yeah, he is, man. It's not looking good. He is moving out here with his mothership as well. Obviously, it's going to be super all-in based on how many gateways he's gotten. What I like is he's pretty precise here. I mean, he's gotten only the third gas. He doesn't get an extra fourth gas, so he's not looking to do continued, macro after this. He's looking to do a lot of all-in pressure. And guess what? Even with his opponent scouting him out, I feel like Trace still has a very, very good chance to win the game right here, just based on how early the engineering bay was, how late all the upgrades are for the barracks, and also how small barracks count he's had for a long time.
Yeah, one thing I really like about EJK's position, though, is the fact that Stim has finished up. That's going to make a world of difference in these engagements if Trace ever commits hard to blink up to the main high ground. But I kind of like the fact that he's just not. He's just putting on pressure, and there we end up seeing the big blink up as the Marines and Marauders are just a bit too far off.
I love what we're seeing. Great time warps. Got to keep the mothership core alive, though. That's the most important thing. And he's just going to blink back. You can see the problems, though, with having a marine-based army, but it's still going to do the trick, because remember those upgrades with the +1. I should have mentioned that as well. Really, really good stuff coming out of EJK. Some very unique builds overall, but Trace is going to be able to do a little bit of damage here.
Very interesting split up over here as he's trying to warp in some stalkers on the low ground, put on some harassment while he harasses in the main base. And you can see that EJK, he's starting to let his units idle little bits and pieces at a time. Finally managed to clean up all those units. But, I mean, has Trace done enough damage? Does he have an opportunity to transition out? He's gotten up his third gas geyser and is going for a robotics facility.
Yeah, I don't think he did enough damage there. That was a pretty big loss. I mean, he's behind in upgrades. Right now, it's 1-1, I believe, for the Terran. Let me just check real quick.
0-0 for Trace.
Yeah, and 0-0 for Trace. So that's a big advantage. Now he knows exactly what he's up against. He has his medevacs coming out in a decent time. He has Widow Mine to keep him safe for quite a long time. In terms of just pure development, he's EJK is way far ahead. This first two medevac, or first four, I should say, as soon as he pops out into the field, it's going to be super scary.
really interesting. Already see that second starport finished up during the middle of a blink attack. Kind of surprising to see. But Trace
I almost
still has
feel
a
like
couple
that was a
stalkers.
mistake, though.
Yeah,
I don't think he meant to do that.
Yeah, I was like, okay, so we got the first two medevacs popping out from different starports. That's not something you usually see.
Definitely.
But hey, you know, Trace does still have at least a decent number of stalkers left over. Sometimes when you go for these kind of big blink attacks, you got nothing back at home, but he still has something. Is it gonna be enough to kill off two Widow Mines fast enough though?
Oh.
It doesn't look like it.
Okay. That's
Should
not
have an
bad,
observer
though.
red soon, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Still, EJK is going to push across the map. I mean, this army is so scary. It just yells cost efficiency. Just based on, like, what his opponent has, the double medevac production that's still coming out here, and just how Marauder heavy it really is. I mean, Marauders just eat stalkers for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Where is the observer for Trace? It's starting to move over, but the Widowmine actually gets a second shot off on those stalkers, but at the same time, EJK stims up. He's not even going for the third Greetorp. He's going straight into the main base, and he's going to be able to start doing things like killing off the Nexus, killing off the robotics facility, and just taking awesome engagements.
There it is, GG. A 2-0 sweep for EJK, and he will easily be first in this division. Really nice showcase of skill. This guy, he's going places, man. EJK, he's breaking out.
He is indeed.
Dare I
say. I see
say.
a bit of the frustration on Trace's face right now. EJK maintaining that calm demeanor. Let's get EJK's thoughts on how that game went. As EJK, man, how are you feeling after that game?
I just kind of laughed because I saw the second star part and I was like, oh, I wonder when I built that. I don't remember building that at all.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, you didn't need a reactor for your starport, so clearly the new meta. But hey, man, congratulations! You've made it out of your group. Are surprised? I'm assuming you're not surprised, because everyone always says, "Yeah, I'm gonna make it out of my group 4-0, no problem." But feeling relieved, feeling good.
I'm just a little sad that I had to lose that to that 888. Ugh.
Oh.
It was. I wasn't expecting it at all. I was still like changing my sound settings because this program that we're using was messing with my in-game sound. Like I couldn't hear it at all. So I was just like, I had no idea that I was gonna come.
Oh no. Well, at least you still made it out of your group, and slightly tarnished victory, but I mean, is it really that tarnished when you still end up winning and still end up 2-0ing your opponent in the winner's match? Well, congratulations, man, and I'll give you this opportunity to give any kind of shout-outs that you want to do, anything that you want to say before you're hop off and get ready for Sunday.
I guess shout-outs to Kelazar, Semper, Soul, Sonic, and what's his name?
I'm assuming it's another Terran because you've listed off all Terrans so far.
Yeah, those are all the people that I played with. Ah, damn it. He's from Korea. He's on 1SA. I'm sorry that I don't remember your name. He's probably not going to see this anyways, but those were all the people that I practiced TVT with, and it definitely helped me feel a lot more confident about the matchup. And then shout out to I guess we're called 50 Shades of Terran right now, our little chat. And shout out to House Peddler too. He was probably the most help as well.
Oh, that guy. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much, EJK. Ladies and gentlemen, please be sure to go ahead and give EJK a follow on Twitter. I feel like he's earned it at this point, qualifying from his group at Evan DE Kim on Twitter. And again, if you tweet at him and follow him, get an opportunity to win one of these plushies. So just saying, little incentive over there. But congratulations again, Evan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting ready to move into our losers match and see who is going to be moving on to play against Trace in the ace match. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Sleet, the riposte Zerg.
If you had to pick 2 words to describe Sleet, they'd be really and tall. If you had to pick a 3rd word, it'd be friendly. He's an American Zerg that has a playstyle based in aggression and counterattack, so much so that he often finds himself in base trades. His ZVZ is one of his weaker matchups.
My ZVZ right now is actually not feeling very good, but I do like being really aggressive. I love Ling Bang Ling Micro. So I basically pretend I was playing old school ZVP and just get 1-1 upgrades and just only counterattack the whole game. And if he would just attack with, I don't know, a bunch of Roach Baneling or something I couldn't hold, I'd just base trade him, because Zerglings kill buildings really quickly.
ZVT he's feeling better about. His objective is making it to the late game.
I'm feeling pretty good about ZVT. Once my Spire's up and my meters are out, I win an insane number of games. I mean, my strength is probably just early game large injects and management. I end up with just a ton of stuff, and most players just can't break me at any point. Weakness is probably getting that scout about the 630 mark to make sure that I don't die to Hellbound Alliance.
His ZVP should be unfazed by the recent Swarmhost change, because he's already steered away from them for a while.
Recently, I've been going into getting 3 bases, and then 1-1 going into Roach Hydra or Lane Hydra, generally with some sort of meter transition or Vipers. Strength, probably early game timings and all-ins. I don't really die to those ever, and my weakness is the opposite, because I don't generally go for Swarmhost. I have a lot of trouble with late game Protoss armies.
If you throw something at Sleet, you better have your guard up for the counterattack. Be sure to check out the riposte Zerg on Breaking Out.
Elhaim, the beatbox Terran.
When Elhaim is playing, he's like a beatboxer. He plays a tempo-based style where he utilizes his drops to stay in control of the game. Like a freestyling musician, Elhaim just does what he wants to, sometimes even when it's not widely considered the safest or best decision. His TVZ is feeling okay, since he has a few tricks up his sleeve.
I just can't find the consistency within me, which is why like all the very little things in my life affect me so much. I like to play really fast and just try and outmaneuver my opponent by like doing a bunch of drops, being really hyper aggressive and coin flippy. There's obviously a difference between like calculated percentage risks as opposed to just doing it, and I'm just the person who does it. I would really describe my playstyle as I don't care, I'm just gonna do whatever. Like I feel like if I feel like doing this, I'm gonna do it.
TVT is puzzling for him. He's not a fan of the very common gas first openings.
TVT has been an on and off situation for me. The current consensus of TVT right now is the gas first. Variations of whatever, Banshee Hellion, Widowmine, sometimes even Reaper Hellion, but I don't agree with any of that. I hate playing that style. My mechanics and my positioning is sometimes very good in that matchup. As for my weakness, my theoretical assumptions of things in the matchup is very terrible.
His TVP is his weakest matchup, but he's been working on improving it lately.
TVP, I will say, is my weakest matchup, and it's my weakest mechanically. I like to just play it more methodically, but as I get to the later stages, like there's a lot of fear and confusion as to what the Protoss should be doing. My multitasking is probably my best thing against Protoss, and for sure, my macro is horrendous at this matchup.
Elhaim excels when he sets the pace of the game with his drops. So tune in for the Beatbox Terran on Breaking Out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping into our next match between Sleet and Elhaim. Elhaim, how you feeling, man?
I'm doing okay. I mean, I lost the first series, but I knew my mistakes and I definitely screwed up. I played really efficiently, so I want to transfer that over.
Yeah, I hope not feeling like too shaken up or anything. Just feeling good and ready to bounce back then.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I know in the past you have been known to have some complaints about Terran versus Zerg a couple of times. Feeling good about it today? Feeling not too worried?
Today, yeah, I feel actually pretty good because I did play versus Jon Snow for a couple of games today, so
awesome, yeah. Those flip side tactics, practice partners, man. But Sleet, How you feeling about it?
Well, as my voice cracks, I feel pretty good. My ZVT is much better than my ZVP, and I was a little upset that Trace lost because that means if I win, I have to play him again to get out of the group. But I feel pretty good. I've spent the last couple matches trying to relax. I definitely had at least one beer, so I'm more relaxed now. So I feel good.
Is this? Are you? Should I rename you to the Drunken Master Zerg? Are you like one of those?
Only if I win.
Like a totally different style.
If I lose, I'm okay with the riposte Zerg. That's good if I lose.
All right, sounds good. Well, I don't want to keep you guys here any longer than I need to, just because it is going to start to get a little bit on the later side as we move into closer and closer to the Ace match, or the Ace series. But, gentlemen, do you have any final words for each other before we get started?
Just good luck, man.
Yeah, good luck, Mark.
God damn it, Greetorp. Oh, man. God damn it, Greetorp. All right, I don't know, man. One of these days, one of you guys will BM, but best of luck. I'm just kidding. Go to your player booths, and we'll see you guys in game.
We'll BM some other time.
All right.
They should have done it.
Greetorp.
They should have been like, screw you. I hate you. You suck. I saw your CVP. It was terrible. I saw your TVT. It was awful. God, learn to play.
That's actually next level. So, Greetorp is like, there's questions that I avoid asking. There's questions that I think, because, you know, I don't want to, like, get into their heads. I don't want to be like, so, I mean, that moment when you did this thing and, like, it was very clear that you were tilting. Like, how did that make you feel? Like, those are the questions as an interviewer.
I know.
I don't want to ask.
If I were a player in that spot, I'd be like, hey, good Reaper control. That's the only time you can get games, huh? And then on the other side, I'd be like, hey, how's that droning up doing for you? You know? That's how it just needle. Yeah. That's what you gotta do, man. That's what you gotta do.
Gotta get them in. You gotta take every advantage, man. Every advantage. Look at some of the fighting game players, man. Oh my god, the fighting game players know where it's at when it comes to trash talk. They are ready to make you go on tilt.
I grew up with because my older brother, he got me into esports, and he's a 2D fighting player. So he played all the Street Fighters. I was like playing Street Fighter Alpha 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Super Smash Bros. Melee. You know, all the good games that were out at the time, and probably the best games of all time. MVC 2, Super Smash. Let's be real. Anyway, we'll talk about it another time.
Yeah.
I'm tangenting too much, bro.
Alrighty, guys, spawning down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have the blue Zerg player representing Team Psystorm Gaming, who, by the way, sponsor of the event, has donated a large portion of the prize pool. It is Psystorm Sleet.
And spawning in the top left-hand position as the purple Terran, it is Elheim.
Greetorp, I didn't think it was possible, but you moved up higher on my book of how much I like you after knowing that you were also involved in like 2D fighting game scene. And,
so yeah, that's where I grew up. You know, first time I go to an arcade, like I'm like 15, 16 at the time, and there's this like 20-something-year-old, you know, hooded black guy that's like, yeah, and I'm gonna F you up. And I'm like, hello, kind sir. Good luck, have fun. This isn't a brood war etiquette. He's like, get that normal jump shit out of here. I'm like, oh, my bad. Sorry, curse. But that's what he's like. He's like, really bashing me. I'm like, you realize I'm like 16, bro? And then he wrecked me. It didn't feel good.
Yeah. There's no sympathy in that scene for whatever. Like I remember, like, it's one of those big things that can put you on tilt, much like a bit of early cheese that we see from Elohim, going for the early bunker.
The
low ground.
small little details, though, like having that command center or the SCV to make the command center out there a lot earlier makes it like, oh, he's doing regular stuff, and then boom, there's a bunker in your base. Got him. Got him.
And I want to note, Sleet is actually making drones right now, which it tells me that he feels like, oh, okay, I'm not really worried about any more Reapers coming. I'm not worried about, you know, anything really making this difficult to defend. And once the queens pop out, he's going to be okay. That's what he's feeling right now. I wonder if that's going to end up being the case.
Yeah, a lot of times to defeat this, I mean, because Reapers take so long to kill any queens, it's like, it's laughable a lot of times. So that's why if you want to do something like this, I think a lot of times you have to put in a second bunker, and that way you're just super, super, super safe, and you can actually kill. But you might he's getting. What do you know?
Wow!
Good micro. Hey, if there's one thing that Elohim knows how to do, it's microing Reapers, bro.
Yeah, and I mean, with a creep tumor being dropped right now, also, that means that there's not going to be any larva injects that were going down for a good bit of time. And Elohim still got those 2 Reapers alive, still putting on the pressure. And look at how many Zerglings he's forced out. He's killed off 1 drone, so I mean, good save on that regard for Sleep. But now with Zerglin speed finishing up, this is where the aggression should start to hit its closure.
Oh yeah, I mean, everything's looking great for Elohim. He's in a spot where he could just take this into like just basically the win, honestly. Like, he just wins from here because he's denying the third base. He's putting on additional pressure. Man. But he can't have stuff like this happen to him. Oh my goodness. Like, 100% you need to be walling off at 6:30 or 6 minutes, really, because that's when metabolic boost timings actually hit.
Yeah, and instead invest a lot of those resources into that third CC on the high ground, so not using it as a part of the wall-in, not using it on additional supply depots to wall-in or anything like that. It does cost him a bit, but I gotta say that Reaper that was down to the third kills off more units and just delays the third, delays everything even further for Sleet. So even though his own natural expansion was delayed by a little bit, I think he's still feeling good.
Wow, he's actually throwing down double E-base really quickly here. Now, this is that opportunity cost of getting Hellions out onto the field. You can see he just started up 2 Hellions yet again. He doesn't have any more than 4 right now. And normally you want to sprint out for those 6 Hellions as fast as possible.
Oh, good control.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kind of
He's
weird from Sleep, man.
Yeah. He actually circles the Hellions around, like, just really, as you keep saying, like, about Elohim, the really subtle, small things. Circles the Hellions around so that the weakened Hellion ends up in the backside on the opposite side from those Zerglings. Having Marine looking around for those Overlords to try and do some damage while he moves into the third. And this is getting a bit scary for Sleep, just how these things are spiraling out of control.
Yeah, and I do want to just make it clear that I said about Elohim, but it's really about all these top-level players. Like, if you're in the top 1% or you're in Masters, really, the difference between a Masters player and a Grandmasters player isn't the big noticeable things. It's actually the really tiny, small things that just give you extra equity and extra, like, information in a given scenario.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit more of that extra aggression also from Elohim as he tries to move in, but ends up having to back off, encountering a lot of units in the middle of the map, and even though he cleans those up, these Zerglings at the front may be able to knock down this wall-in, and if the wall-in goes down, he does manage to finish with the bunker, so he can start to repair that.
Oh, he might get a surround on these Hellions. 2 go down really quickly, and the third one will go down as well. You know, this is like super good, and this is what we were talking about with Sleet. I mean, just having that very aggressive counter-attacky style that we've seen before in the past. He's able to do this in his ZVZs. He's now able to do this in his ZVTs. This is exactly what you have to do against a player that really has gone 3 command center and taken a lot of map control a little bit too fast. He hasn't done nearly enough damage. He took way too much damage against those queens at the third base. I really don't agree with some of his actions, but overall, I mean, he's still trying to play greedy. He's trying to maintain an advantage from that beginning stage.
Zorgon's coming in, just trying to get a bit of a denial on mining from the third, kills off an SCV. But Sleet, behind all this, getting up his evolution chambers, getting up his spire finally, and once that spire pops out, it should allow Sleet to really start to put on that aggression, and not just, you know, aggression to keep the Hellions back at home, just aggression to keep Marines and everything else back at home, waiting and sitting back defending.
Sleet played this very, very greedy, though, if we want to look at it. I mean, he hasn't gotten any of his main structures up, namely the Baneling Nest or the Roach Warren, to defend against Hellbats. So that might be something that, wow, this is going to do a lot of damage. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, he has no units out in the field. He's just going straight up to mutas, and he can get punished very easily. That's a lot of workers killed, but I'm actually going to say that it's not enough. And he traded out his Hellions, which is his eyes on the map. Not saying that his Hellions would have been good, like right now as the mutas approach the map, but the Hellbats are so important when you're hitting that 12-minute timing, that 11-minute timing, which, by the way, isn't going to hit. And also, he didn't get his 1/1 up at the same time. He actually only got +1 weapons, which hurts him a little bit going into this mid-game stage as well.
Yeah, Mutals are now also going to be able to put on that pressure, keep as many of those units back at home. And as you were saying, with no Hellions out on the map, of course, no Hellbats out either, this is going to be a bit of an iffy situation for Elohim. He's really going to have to rely on getting some nice splits off against the slow Banelings who don't quite have centrifugal hooks yet.
Yeah, I mean, once they do hit, it's going to be really, really good. Oh, almost missed micro there.
So close.
Great split.
Good split. Yeah. Managed to hold that off, and Mutalisk not going to be able to move in and do too much more damage. Of course, Elohim has had time to get up some of those missile turrets as well.
Yeah, I think this is a point where, you know, Sleet was thinking about doing heavy pressure off of 3 base and that's it, but I don't think he can do so anymore now that, you know, he's kind of lost that first engagement pretty badly, and he's not able to snowball because of that. So it behooves him to just back up from here and just receive the attack accordingly.
Yeah, Centrifugal Hooks finishes up, and that should signal, ooh, being careful about Widow Mines. Oh my god! Oh, that was a little bit painful for Sleet, but he does manage to keep a majority of them alive, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, everything's still okay. 4th base, I mean, Elhaim is making sure he's keeping up. Of course, Sleet also taking his 4th base. He has it up. He's getting his gases. These are all the things that, you know, you need to do to keep up with Terran as you scale into the, you know, really the mid-end game stages of this game. I feel like Elhaim is still slightly behind, though, and the reason is because of that muta count and the order in which Sleet's been able to get all of his units. He went mutas and then banelings. A lot of times it's banelings then mutas, and mutas are the ones that are harassing. Banelings are the ones that you can very easily overmake. So by doing it this way, you're getting the precise amount of banelings and the precise amount of mutas. So it makes it a lot more accurate when you're dealing with Terran.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, having those mutals earlier on also does mean that he's not using the gas count on those banelings. So it's not kind of a question of like, oh man, how many mutals will I make? Well, you can get up as many mutals as you really want to because you can't make banelings right now. It's a pretty clear-cut choice at that point.
Yeah, I agree. More medevac attacks are coming out here, though, from Elhaim now into the natural base. It looks like it's going to be touching down and doing a little bit of damage here, but of course, Sleet is right around the corner with his mutas to be able to that up. And, you know, we talked about it before, the constant aggression of Elhaim is able to kind of give him opportunities to have some sort of way to attack his opponent. But the more and more he does these drops, the more and more he's just giving away like 20 supply and 10 supply here. And he might leave himself very vulnerable to counterattacks or just to shoves across the map. And it looks like that's happening.
Yep, there's a lot of missile turrets over here at this 3rd expansion, and Elhaim does catch wind of this with his supply depots, just giving him barely vision. But he's got to be careful because he's not going to be quite in position to deal with this army.
Oh, he's going for the command center.
Wow!
He's going to snipe it, and he should be just backing out of here. Really, really nicely done. He doesn't even have to engage against this main army. I mean, he does a little bit here. Takes damage. So the 5th base of Sleet is going to be traded out for the 3rd base of Elhaim. Obviously, a very nice advantage for Sleet. Now he sees this planetary fortress, and just gonna. That's so many meters, man. That is so many meters. That's so scary.
You can't rely on missile turrets at this point. The missile turrets, we just saw the Mutalisk literally focus down the 3rd expansion with 5, I want to say maybe even 6 missile turrets there, and just he didn't care. He didn't feel it in the slightest. So like you need a lot of Widow Mines, you need Thors, and he's finally starting to get up some of those Thors.
That's right. He's going to actually have a multi-pronged attack here. I like this from Elhaim. Meanwhile, there's this natural attack. So he is doing stuff to get him back into the game, but you know he's still very, very far behind. I do want to comment though, Fear Dragon, because you said that turrets at this point are useless, and I would say yes, but if you have building armor, Elhaim, if you just have building armor, you're gonna be able to defend
building armor.
And high
armor, the unsung hero.
Bro.
And of course.
You know, people don't even know, okay? People don't even know. So good. Nevertheless.
I mean, just building armor and get the bunker upgrade. And you're safe. You just put 4 Marines in there and it'll never die.
No, 6 Marines.
Sorry, 6 Marines. Yeah. There we go, man. There we go. Next level meta. Innovation. Hope you're listening.
I would love high-sec auto-tracking to actually increase the range of the bunker by 1. How sick would that be, right?
Oh, that would give me nightmares.
That'd be game-changing.
That would be scary, man. That would be scary stuff. It's breaking into Terran in like the super late game when they're maxed out and they just are spending money on bunkers. Oh, God. Well,
it's the dream,
bro. For you, maybe. For you. Well, Elhaim moving on in. Got a couple of those Widow Mines sitting in the back. Maybe he wants to start cleaning up some of the creep. The creep. Oh my God, those are some good Widow Mine hits. Clean up most of the Zerglings, but just not enough beef behind Elhaim's army right now to deal with this.
But Elhaim is very nicely layered like that. You can see like a bunch of Widow Mines just scattered so that he always has a retreat path. It's never in a position where, you know, he's going to be in just overrun. And then look at this double medevac or double pronged harass over at the 5th base or 6th base over here, and at the natural, which does get cleaned up. Ultralisks now out on the field, which helps out Elhaim so much. And losing all the mutas. Wow, Elhaim, really impressive, really impressive. I mean, that's a lot of the advantage that just got wasted, bro.
Yeah, and it's not just because, oh man, I mean, Sleet is just, you know, I don't know, taking his hands off the keyboard or something. He's getting pulled around because there was a drop heading from the natural expansion to the main base over to the 4th expansion, and it's taxing Sleet to constantly deal with the continuous aggression. So, I mean, we've been kind of saying, you know, Elhaim, got to be careful not to trade out too many units, but there is that other effect. It's not the effect of how many units he's killing off. It's the effect of how taxed Sleet is on his APM, on his attention.
That's right. I mean, when the more times you test your opponent, the more likely they are to be making mistakes, right? It's just statistics at this point. If you have a 10% mistake rate, well, let's test you 10 times. That way I can find that mistake and make sure that we don't, you know, lose so much ourselves. But Sleet in here, man, this is scary because that is
those
a ton of ultras.
Yeah, longer the days gone since Zergs used to joke about saying, well, you get an advantage in the game and then you make Ultralists and then you go lose the game. That was the game plan for a long time. But I mean, these Ultralists, man, they are scary. I don't know how prepared Elhaim is for them. He's got a couple Marauders out, but geez, it's just so many.
It's a tough spot for Elhaim to be in because his naturals actually ran out too. So he really only has this one max out, whereas Sleet feels like he has a better situation just because obviously he's getting... Oh, that's a lot. Anyway, Sleet... Yeah, Sleet is in a good position still. I mean, he is doing pretty sizable damage now, being able to kill this 4th base.
Yeah.
He's just going to back up and defend.
That's almost the mining base for Elhaim. He still has his 3rd going, but I mean, that's starting to run pretty dry. Some of these mineral patches have under 400 minerals left on them. And Ultras are trading out. Not exactly going to be winning this engagement. Going to lose the remainder of his Mutalists here as well. But Elhaim, he's got to get some mining going.
Yeah, he does. I like this still putting pressure on his opponent while all this is going on. But Sleet, it looks like he just has a lot of stuff on the, he's just been ahead economically. I mean, he has his main natural third, fourth, fifth, and his sixth base is under attack, but that's his sixth base. Okay, so what? I still have a lot of other mining bases that are still perfectly good. And I feel like Sleet, all he has to do is wait. Time is of the essence, and time is the one thing that is going to favor him a lot more than Elhaim.
Yeah, just make sure you don't take too much more damage from those drops. Prevent them, and Elhaim, he's going to be continuing them. He's moving in again with this drop over on the bottom left-hand side of the map. Going to be able to take out this hatchery, it looks like, just because, there's just so much going on.
All right. And look, there were 3 different places, but now there's 2 places where Elhaim he's always constantly on the map. And it looks like, I'm really surprised that he's actually finding ways to actually do damage against his opponent. Muta's on the way out, which aren't going to help against this attack very clearly.
He's gonna take out this hatchery? Yeah, he's gonna be able to kill it off. Maybe transfuses, though.
It doesn't look like it. Wow. Yeah. Definitely could have, though, very clearly. But he wasted a lot of units there. Still, Elhaim, he has a pretty sizable army. I mean, 145 supply to 127. You would think Sleet is the one to gain the advantage since he just has so many expansions, but it looks like Elhaim has just gotten good engagements, better engagements than his opponent. And like, it's little packs like this. If you think about it, that's like 5 larvae right there that you're just wasting because, your Zerglings just got obliterated.
Yeah. Gonna have to rely on just the tankiness of that Ultralisk, but the Ultralisk goes down. Some Baneling's gonna be coming in to try and help defend. Maybe the Marine count gets taken out and the Mules are able to clean up, but this is just too much.
That's way too much. Wow, that is very unfortunate. Friendly fire. That's right. And the Muta did its job, man.
Saves the hatchery. Jeez.
And just like that, supplies even up quite a bit. There you go.
Oh. Well, Elhaim's not done with the aggression, Greetorp. He's going to use these Marauders and just the extra DPS. He's going to be able to focus fire down at least one of the hatcheries. He's not going to go out of, or get out of there completely with nothing to show for it. But, oh god, these Widow Mines.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Sleet, man. I mean, I could have sworn Sleet was in a great position just like, 5 minutes ago. But Elhaim's constant aggression, constant pressure, I mean, his tempo type of style is just really, really reaping the benefits over here.
Yeah, he's finally gotten out that extra expansion that he has needed for a very long time. And I'll tell you, it's not because he built it. It's not he never built this expansion. It was given to him at the beginning of the game, and he is going to make use of it as he moves down to that other expansion to try and take it. But, God, the Mutile's fighting the Marines one-on-one. Oh, no, Sleet managed to get a good Baneling shot off, but, can't really afford to lose any extra units here.
Sleet could potentially still do this. I mean, it's not completely over at this point, but it's looking very, very bleak. I mean, you need some really good burrowed Banelings to be able to come back in here and just trade out really, really efficiently. But as it's going right now, he's just going back and forth. I think Sleet realizes it right now, and he just doesn't feel good about it all. He's like, wow, I had this in the bag, and I just let it go. He felt like he had it in the bag. He was just so, so far ahead. And let me tell you, anytime you make 9 Ultras, you feel like you're very, very far ahead. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there are some people out there being like, well, see, clearly, Greetorp and Fear Dragon, Ultralists are the way that Zergs throw games. I don't quite believe that right now, but it definitely was a sign that, Sleet was feeling pretty good. And it's...
The number one thing is Ultras are not a replacement for Banelings. You still need to make those Banelings. They're not a replacement. They're a replacement for Zerglings. I would rather have, I would rather have 1 Ultra than 6 Zerglings. So that's the way you have to think about it. GG gets called in Elhaim. Elhaim will take game number 1. Very well played.
Yeah, a really, really I'd say the most back and forth game we've seen today. Pretty exciting. Makes me excited for the rest of the series. But Greetorp, I'm going to tell you something that I've been holding back saying because I didn't want to say it during the pregame interview or anything.
I love you too. No.
Love you too.
Nope.
No. That was gonna be off stream.
I kind of rushed into it. Oh my god. I put myself out there. I rushed into it. Now I feel awkward. Okay, what was it you were
sorry,
gonna say?
Okay, so anyways, Elahim told me something, and he was saying, I was asking him again, like, how are you feeling about the groups and everything? And I said, okay, well, if you have to play Sleet, how are you feeling about Sleet? And Elahim says, I'm not worried. I'm like, oh, you have something like special planned or something? He's like, well, kind of. Sleet dies to 2 Reapers, so I'm not worried. And it's so funny because it was a very long game. We saw it kind of go back and forth, but you go back to the beginning, that's exactly what it looked like was going to happen. It was the 2 Reaper harassment. So I gotta say, I mean, if he still feels that way, I don't know if Sleet just makes the adjustments. Elahim has said he's felt this way in the past based on the many times he's played in the past, and Sleet has not adjusted in the past. Is now the time, during the midst of a tournament, the time that Sleet tries to adjust?
I mean, I felt like he was fine that last game. It wasn't the worst, but like, like, what would you say is an adjustment to 2 Reapers?
Yeah.
You know, it's not that much. Like, I feel like, okay, just don't let the bunker kill you, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Like,
it's
I
hard.
think his build counters 2 Reapers fine. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm actually really against 2 Reapers. I think it should be either 1 Reaper or 3 Reaper, but not 2 Reapers. I think 2 Reapers is like Jack of all trades, master of none. 2 Reapers doesn't really accomplish that much, and 3 Reapers allows you to 2-shot drones really, really easily. So yeah. I don't know what to think about it. I don't know about that sentence. It might just be words. Of course, I might be wrong, but it might just be words.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it is a bit difficult to make. Like, you don't want to make giant sweeping adjustments to try and deal with, you know,
Correct.
2 Reapers, right? But
it's all
do maybe
want
to just make sure. Yeah, exactly. Tiny little adjustments. Maybe just finesse the control a little bit, as you were saying, make sure the bunker doesn't finish up. But regardless, he's definitely shown that if he can take it to the later stages of the game, he can deal with the drops for a while. But those drops, they start to wear on you, man.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize it was my fault that's holding up the game.
No.
I was so enthralled in talking to you. I thought you would finally say it. I thought I would hear those words, but instead it was 2 Reapers. That's okay.
I mean, maybe if you bought me dinner or something first, but
that's true.
It's just
you're no tavern wench, okay? I have to wine and okay, I got you.
I think that's the weirdest compliment I've ever heard. I don't think anyone's ever told me that before, Gritor.
That you're not a tavern wench?
That I'm not a tavern wench, but I mean, there's a first time for everything.
There is a first time for everything, man. There is a first time. I could be your first. There you go, Fear Dragon.
There we go, man. I think that it's the first time. Yeah, I think it's the first time we're going to be seeing this map. We'll see you guys on Iron Fortress. All right, ladies and gentlemen, spawning down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we have the purple Terran player representing Team Flipside Tactics and currently up 1-0. It is Elahim.
And over yonder in the cross position spawn, it is the yellow Zerg. Currently down 0-1. It is Psystorm Sleet. All right, so Iron Fortress. This is a map. This is a map that is just awful for Protoss. Like, just awful. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
My Protoss heart cries every time I play on this, okay? In ZVT, I feel like it is favored for Terran. And the reason why I say that is because the 3rd and 4th base, it's just so easy for those to be the targets for Terran. Cross map, I think is much easier than, or excuse me, much harder than close position. Main reason is because the Zerg can't expand naturally to their fourth base. They have to expand like across the other side of the map or the other half of the map. So in general, I think just like if everything is the same, right? We take the best Terran in the world against the best Zerg in the world. Terran will win more often on this map than not.
Yeah, I really like that analysis of the situation, kind of how this map oftentimes will play out. And just, yeah, that third expansion can feel so far away. And especially when you think about bases being far away and the style that Elohim has been showing us, this is quite literally like what Elohim would be begging for, is being able to put pressure in a lot of different, very distant locations that make it even more difficult for Sleet to deal with in the mid game. Getting to the mid game, we'll see how he decides to do that, though.
Yeah. And keep in mind, too, I normally mention this stuff just for people to understand, like, have like a medium, right? Like, have a little arrow to point, like, what's normal for this map, what's normal for stuff. And then we're going to see how these players kind of be creative with it. We're going to see how they're able to dodge around that. So if I'm Zerg in this spot, I'm saying, how do I get to a spot where I don't have to worry about my fourth base location? That's all out aggression. Or maybe you take 4 bases really quickly and then you just defend up and hope to get to Hive Tech and play from there. There's a lot of different ways that you could play this out. It's just whether or not these guys are creative enough to kind of bend and shape their build and their strategy.
Yep. Really well stated. And we do see Elohim just going for, I've got to say, like the most standard thing usually seen is just command center and the one barracks expand and get up the factory, get up reactor and start going for the Hellions. Couldn't be more standard than this.
Yeah, I don't expect any changes in the beginning phase. It is weird that he doesn't go for the Reapers, right? Because
you would. He didn't go for
You would think that he goes for Reapers rather than Marines, but I think he goes for Marines on this map because there's just not good locations for the Overlords. That could be the possibility. I'm not sure exactly, but we'll find out as time will tell. Wow.
Yeah, it definitely seems like he's going Overlord scouting because, I mean, he knows where his opponent is. God, this engineering bay. Wow. I don't think I've seen this in this matchup before, especially this late on.
I've seen bunkers go down for the third base. QXC used to do that to me back in, back in Wings of Liberty. He did that to me. Very infuriating. But as it stands right now, this is kind of odd.
Wow.
Wow, he's gonna get an Overlord.
I don't even see Zerglings on the way. I mean, Zerglings are being made, but there's none on the way. He might be able to get 2.
Yeah. Wow. This is crazy. He's gonna kill so much here. I cannot believe that. He kills a drone and 2 Overlords at the price of two Marines, basically.
I don't even think he's gonna lose the Marines here. He might kill this Queen off. That's some good micro.
Gosh. Kills a Queen.
Wow.
Okay. This is where he's gonna lose the Marines. That's where I was thinking.
Yeah.
100% at the time. But he gets out with the Hellions. Cancels. Oh my goodness. Elohim. Man, if I'm Zerg in this spot, I'm super tilted, man. I'm super mad. I can't believe what just happened. I'm like, this stupid idiot. God. And that's where my smack tug is emerging, okay? This is how I'm justifying myself. I'm like, man, I'm angry. So let me put all my frustrations out of my opponent.
Oh, but getting a nice surround over here. This might cheer Sleet up a little bit. Oh, gets another surround on the remainder of the Hellions, and he's gonna go kill every single one off. All right, well, equalization.
Sleet is a god right now. God, that was so good. That was so good. See, that's the kind of stuff that will definitely bring you back to the game. He is he has 4 bases, bro. It's 8 minutes and 40 seconds. He's getting his 4th base. God. He's a psychopath.
That's one of those situations. That's one of those situations where, like, that frustration he just channels into, like, God, I'm gonna kill this nerd. I'm gonna snap his neck after what he did to me, and then he snaps Elohim's neck.
He goes through with it, man. That's the best. That's the absolute best. Now, I actually think like Sleet's not in a bad position. The 6 Hellions represent so much map control that Terran normally has that they do not have at all. That means you can freely creep spread, you could take your third bases, you could drone up without having to worry about anything at all. So it's actually a really good position, especially after seeing the third base over here. Like, I feel like actually Sleet is just super far ahead. Now it's going to come down to the map. How does he defend both positions? Normally it's just going to be have a lot of stuff. And when you have 4 bases that quick, you're going to have a lot of stuff really fast.
Yep, already getting a couple of those banelings, slight deviation from, I guess, the way that we saw him play it out the last game, where I think you touched upon the fact that he had that Spire finishing up, he had the Mutals out far before he ended up having any banelings. So I'm starting to wonder, maybe he's thinking about putting on that aggression. His central Fuga hooks also going to be finishing up far before any kind of attack comes in.
Yep, taking map control, trying to clear out the center. Marauder should go down. Yeah, it's just the waiting game right now. I mean, we're seeing normal upgrades coming out from our Terran. He's actually ahead in upgrades, which actually helps out so much. But you can see he's still medevacless, so he's waiting on those to actually activate himself. There they are. Yeah. And that's going to be the activator. 11 minutes, normal timing for a push out. And you can see centrifugal hooks already finished. Everything lines up perfectly. Sleet knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. And Elahim gonna try to move in over here to this third expansion, I think it was, and see what damage you can do. There's a little bit of crew spread over here. The banelings have centrifugal hooks also finished up. Widowmine burrows in a nice location and kills off a lot of Zerglings, but also killing off a couple of those Marines.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, Baneling goes off on the Overseer. That's and these medevacs might be dead, man. This is not an ideal spot for
Marines.
Wow. Yeah, good position for Sleet, man. Yet again, he's starting off these games really nicely in the mid games or the early mid game stage, and then he's falling at the late game stage. We'll see if Elhaim is able to come back here, because he needs to work a lot harder than he did last game, that's for sure, because this is not a spot you want to be in. You're just so far behind. It's a 5th base popping up here. It's 4 base economy for the Zerg. You can see he's 150 CU supply and actually supply capped, so he could be even more. He's in a great spot, man.
Yep. Oh my god, those Widowmine hits. Knocking out a lot of Zerglings over here, but Banelings still managed to get on top of the SCVs.
So this isn't actually a great fight for... This is actually really good for Elhaim. Like, that's the type of fight you want. That actually, like, reduced Sleet's supply so dramatically, so that 30 supply ahead that he was at is no longer, and doing damage on the 4th and 3rd base?
Oh
Where
my
does he
god.
find supply for this? It's a psychopath.
Apparently, I mislabeled the players, Greetorf, because apparently Elahim is the one that as soon as he's getting attacked, he's the one going to be doing the counterattacks. He's already killed off 3rd expansion down, and the medevac is going to get picked off over here, but he's going to do an extra little bit of taxing, trying to pull all the mules over into the main base. And in the meanwhile, he gets up his 4th expansion.
Wow, just like that, Elhaim goes from a massive underdog in this game to, frankly, slightly ahead. You know, he's definitely not 100% ahead, because that 5th base, which is now being dropped right now, the 5th base is under attack, and it's up. Actually, Friendly Fire doing a lot more damage to himself.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, I mean, Sleet is still ahead. He still has the position. He still has what he needs to be doing well in this game. It just depends on whether or not he can have better engagements, because, to be frank, he has had the worst engagements he possibly could have.
Yeah, it's something that if he wants to make sure he doesn't end up just kind of losing this game in this way and going out of the Invitational 0-4, let's be honest, he hasn't won any games yet, then he's got to do something. He's got to make some sort of changes to how he's handling this, and we do end up having Sleet moving on in. He's got a lot of Zerglings. He's going to be able to catch a couple of these units off guard.
And you can see no medevac. Oh, there are a couple of medevacs, I'm sorry. But the medevac count is ordinarily a lot larger, but he's always out in the field. Fifth base goes down while this whole big attack is happening right here. And it looks like Sleet isn't going to be able to do lethal damage either. Wow, so many drone kills as well. And he's going to pick up, go into the fourth base. I mean, how good is his multitask, man? It is looking so phenomenally strong.
He's doing a lot of damage over there, and I don't know if Sleet's actually noticed that he's losing every single one of those drones at that expansion. He's busy trying to micro these Mutals. He's going to be able to do some nice damage over here. Should be able to take out the missile turrets and maybe even the planetary fortress if he's given time to, but I don't know if he's actually going to get it.
Oh,
Will he?
Gosh. I don't know if he gets the planetary fortress. That's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, the planetary fortress starts with building armor, basically. It has 3 armor, man. So it's he does end up getting it, which is obviously very beneficial. But look at how much damage these small packs of Marines are doing, man. Sleet has not been able to deal with this all too well, and it's basically 3-base Terran against 3-base Zerg. Zerg, they don't do as well with these low economy situations. However, with having 21 mutas out in the field, that definitely helps. You can do a lot of really good harass with that.
Yeah, it's important to know that Elhaim, again, whenever he does these drops, he does a lot of damage, but he's also trading on some units, so it's that never-ending situation where you got to make sure you don't trade out too many units, so you just die to some kind of big attack or a lot of Mutals like that.
Yep. And now just pushing in. These Mutas cannot confront the main army. And there it is, GG. Elhaim will take it 2-0.
And as I unplug my headphones and get the webcams back on, we're going to go ahead and grab Elhaim onto the call. Also try and wait to get confirmation from our observer that we actually have webcams right now. Okay. Let's get Elhaim on here as we see if we can get Greetorp to turn his camera back on.
Sorry, bro.
Alrighty, Elhaim, how are you doing, man? How you feeling after that game?
I don't know. I didn't perform as well as I thought, but obviously times change. Sleet's a much better player than he was before. I kind of underestimated him, so props to him for improving, and I hope that he gets better. But for the most part, I felt like I underperformed, and yeah, it's kind of showing since it's a little late in the day now.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair, and just to try and keep things a little bit on the shorter side, you are going to be playing against Trace. Do you feel like that the way that you're playing right now, having played and feeling like you're underperforming, is that going to affect you moving into the next series?
I don't think so, honestly, because I was hoping that EJK would win, because I'd rather play Protoss right now than Terran, because well, not according to your videos, unfortunately. TVT is my worst matchup right now. So.
All right. Well, I don't want to keep you here any longer than needs to be, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back in just a little bit as we get Trace back in for that ace match to decide who's going to be the second player to make it out of Group A. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Trace, the reactive toss.
Trace is not the Protoss that relies on all-ins for his victories. He's got a solid macro style that involves very patient and reactive play. If you didn't know any better, you might think he was a Zerg off-racing as a Protoss. His PvZ is all about information gathering and macro.
I like to basically play with little all-ins and just straight up macro. It kind of depends on the person I play. I'd have heavy sentries if I'm doing a macro-based play. So that means I'll definitely have a lot of hallucinations to use. So the Phoenix would go, I would send out the Phoenix, the hallucination, and then I'd scope out what they're doing.
He struggles with his PvT the most.
It's actually my worst matchup. I think it's been my worst matchup for like 2 years. It's either I don't harass enough or I just like die to a big attack. Sometimes I like mess up my multitasking and I like die to like drops or something. Passive is a pretty big, it's the perfect word I would say it actually to describe how I play against Terran.
PvP is an okay matchup, but it is harder for him to play his macro style in.
Mostly I open with Blade Stalkers like quite a bit. Now I said I like to go for macro games in the other matchups. This is also true in PvP, but it's a lot easier to lose in it's the same army versus the same army.
Trace is a deadly Protoss that doesn't rely on gimmicks to win. Be sure to check out the reactive toss on Breaking Out.
Elhaim, the beatbox Terran.
When Elhaim is playing, he's like a beatboxer. He plays a tempo-based style where he utilizes his drops to stay in control of the game. Like a freestyling musician, Elhaim just does what he wants to, sometimes even when it's not widely considered the safest or best decision. His TVZ is feeling okay, since he has a few tricks up his sleeve.
I just can't find the consistency within me, which is why like all the very little things in my life affect me so much. I like to play really fast and just try and outmaneuver my opponent by like doing a bunch of drops, being really hyper aggressive and coin flippy. There's obviously a difference between like calculated percentage risks as opposed to just doing it, and I'm just the person who does it. I would really describe my playstyle as I don't care, I'm just gonna do whatever. Like I feel like if I feel like doing this, I'm gonna do it.
TVT is puzzling for him. He's not a fan of the very common gas first openings.
TVT has been an on and off situation for me. The current consensus of TVT right now is the gas first. Variations of whatever, Banshee Hellion, Widowmine, sometimes even Reaper Hellion, but I don't agree with any of that. I hate playing that style. My mechanics and my positioning is sometimes very good in that matchup. As for my weakness, my theoretical assumptions of things in the matchup is very terrible.
His TVP is his weakest matchup, but he's been working on improving it lately.
TVP, I will say, is my weakest matchup, and it's my weakest mechanically. I like to just play it more methodically, but as I get to the later stages, like there's a lot of fear and confusion as to what the Protoss should be doing. My multitasking is probably my best thing against Protoss, and for sure, my macro is horrendous at this matchup.
Elhaim excels when he sets the pace of the game with his drops. So tune in for the beatbox Terran on Breaking Out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be hopping into the next series of Elhaim versus Trace. Now, in the interest of not making these guys stay up too late to play their matches, to get the freshest games we can out of them, we're going to be trying to expedite this whole interview process. So, Elhaim, already kind of asked you a little bit about how you felt about Trace. Said you were feeling okay. Said you're feeling that your like previous game's not going to be affecting you at all. Trace, how are you feeling about this next series, man?
Yeah, I cleared out my head and like took some time to just think. I'm not gonna worry too much about the other game. I obviously know I played pretty badly there, so I'm just gonna take this game with a clean slate.
All right, not worried about the matchup at all or anything. Just feeling like it's gonna be a whole different series.
Yeah, I'm trying my best, you know, to look at it and like, with nothing negative at all.
All right, sounds good. Well, gentlemen, if you have any final words for each other, now is the time to say it.
Have fun, man.
Yeah, have fun, man. You're a cool guy.
All right, I'll take it. Head over to your player booths, gentlemen, and best of luck. All right. Well, let's get
Fear
this
Dragon.
series started. Yeah, what's up?
Screw you. You're a loser.
God damn it, Greetorp. I'll never say I love you back because
See, that's a rivalry right there now, Fear Dragon.
There we go.
have it eternally. It's locked in. Okay?
Yeah.
It'll never stop. Now, whenever I see you on ladder, I'm gonna snipe you.
There you go. There you go, man. And every single time that we ever have any interaction whatsoever, Twitch chat will immediately say, God, I don't understand like why they're casting together. They clearly hate each other. It's a thing now. It's a thing.
It's a thing. You heard it here first. Fear Dragon. I don't like Fear Dragon. Fear Dragon doesn't like other minorities. So, there you go.
Other minorities? I'll have you know that Indians are the majority on Earth, okay? I don't know if we're the majority on the United States or in North America, but, sir, we are not a minority. Sorry, that's like a pet peeve of mine.
Then Fear Dragon...
I just hate minorities in general, apparently.
Yeah, Fear Dragon hates minorities. You heard it here first.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get the series started. We're going to be starting on the map Coda in this, oh, actually, okay. I don't know what happened. Oh, sorry, our referee just left and canceled the in-game countdown timer. Well, we're going back again, and we're getting ready to jump into the map Coda. It's going to be another Terran versus Protoss, a matchup that Trace played earlier on and lost versus EJK, but he says he's feeling refreshed. We'll see how refreshed he is as we jump into the game. All right, spawning down here once again in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have the pink Protoss player representing Team Gravity. It is Team Gravity's Trace.
And over in the right side, it's the flip side. Mr. Elhaim, the Purple Terran. You know what they say. Flip side is the hip side. That's just what they say.
Retorp, I don't think that you understand the gravity of the situation we have here. All right? This is a pretty serious game.
Chill out, kid. Stop flipping out. You can relax. Relax.
All right, but yeah, we got a Trace versus Elhaim, our final series of the night. Winner of this will advance on. Loser gets knocked out of the tournament. We never hear from again. Oh, not really.
And it's a prize pool of at least $1,800. Fear Dragon. That's a lot of dollars. Okay, that's a lot of dollars. I mean,
yeah.
I would consider back in my day, just to date myself. Back in my day, I said it in the very beginning of this cast, but you know, Idra from Korea would play in tournaments that were $10 for first place, $0 for second place. $1,800 is many tens of dollars.
Yeah, and it's actually thanks a lot in part to all the people who have contributed to the prize pool. So thank you very much to everyone that has. It's a very much a voluntary thing. Of course, the tournament and the prize pool would still be there if you guys decided, you know what, not worth contributing, but you guys do. So thank you very much for that. And I know the players also appreciate it as well. But for now, these players got to be fighting for that higher prize pool, because I've got to say there is a big difference between getting last place and getting into the semifinals. Not only the prize pool, but in terms of talking to people and saying, you know, I was a semifinals versus I came out last in the tournament.
Yeah. Super important for all of these guys. I mean, it's more than bragging rights. That's the coolest part about it all. All right, so opening so far, first Zealot comes out, which is a bit unorthodox, but you know, we've seen it here and there.
Yeah.
It will keep this Reaper at bay from doing any damage against the probes, but it's like set up to actually die here, and that's super unorthodox. Normally, you do not have your first Zealot dying. That's like puts you pretty far behind.
usually you end up seeing either the Stalker or the Mothership Core out in time to save that Zealot, but very interesting that Trace has not only delayed that, but I mean, wasn't going for like a faster warp gate technology or something else behind. I'm not sure what his money was going into.
Yeah, it is really weird. I think, I mean, he did get his Mothership Core out very clearly, but at the same time, it's like, where's your Stalker? Where's your other stuff, you know? And I think he just got a super fast second assimilator, and that's where he was putting it towards.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see if what he's going to be planning to do. He's going for a robotics facility. And again, I want to go back to just talk about Trace's playstyle and just the way that he likes to play. Is he likes to play a little bit more defensive, a little bit more reactive in general, put on light bits of pressure. Elhaim, on the other hand, is like the opposite. He likes to continuously put on pressure, sometimes sacrificing more units than maybe he should have in the game. So it's very much a kind of a clash of opposing styles.
Yep, definitely so. Very interesting. I mean, obviously losing the Reaper isn't the greatest, but you know, normally it allows the Stalkers to move out like this. If you still have the Reapers, the Stalkers can't do anything like this. So the surprise factor won't be nearly as good, but still it's going to be strong. This is going to be Marines and a Widowmine that are going to be dropped. Meanwhile, Hellions coming in on the front. He's trying to right now poke up and see if he can bait a photon overcharge right here, and he does, and he kills the Mothership Core. Oh my gosh, Elhaim, you're a sicko. You are a sicko.
Yeah, that's about as much as he could ask for with that situation. Now, he doesn't have the Marine, so it does sort of weaken the pressure that he can do, not able to do it on multiple fronts, but I mean, with no photon overcharge going to be available in the near future, it's going to be a bit annoying trying to deal with the Widowmine harassment. Now, luckily for Trace, he does have his Observer already out, so that's going to help out an immeasurable amount.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this shouldn't do any damage, really. We're going to find out. Nope, it doesn't do any damage, but the Hellions in front are going to be the big problem here, since the Mothership Core photon overcharge is done, and all it takes is one shot with the... Ooh, nice warping right there. He's going to save a lot. And look at that, the Hellions do nothing. Well, I mean,
well positioned.
Relatively.
Yeah, and not only that, but the medevac actually, which didn't get a chance to pick up the Widowmine, bit miscontrolled by Elhaim, ends up losing it to the Stalkers as he had it idled. So Elhaim going for the big aggression early on, none of it really working out. Oh, besides killing off the Mothership Core earlier, but I mean, the second wave.
Yep. I mean, this is the type of play, this is the type of thing Elhaim is kind of used to doing. And you can see he's been pretty greedy throughout this early build order. I mean, he's still got his medevacs out, or is getting his medevacs out in a pretty reasonable time. He's getting his third command center out. Now this observer seeing the third command center is so important, because he knows now, okay, I can take my third base on a small amount of units. Actually, okay, there he goes. Third base is going up, and he's going for double upgrades because he feels super confident that he will be able to shut anything down.
Oh man, Trace is just getting geared up for the later stages of the game so hard, and I mean, what is Elhaim to do about it after losing so many units? And not only that, but Trace has a very good idea of what Elhaim is capable of. He's gotten the scout off and seen the third command center. He's seen the starport and everything. He's seen everything he really needs to know what Elhaim is up to.
Yeah. I mean, it's just such a good position for Protoss to be in, and especially for Trace, because we know he's the passive Protoss. He wants to be in a spot where he's always just knowing what his opponent is doing exactly, and then playing off of that. You know, if he can expect what his opponent is doing, he's never going to be surprised. Whereas Elhaim, he's the one that's changing it up, I would say. He's the one that's mixing up his play and not going for this like all-out, super greedy aggression, or super powerful aggression, I should say.
Yeah. He does have a little bit of aggression queued up, though. He's got a drop stay on the left-hand side that actually gets scouted out by Trace, which could only been it was by a probe that looked like it may have been either building proxy pawns or actually just scouting out and positioning itself to scout for drops coming in from that left-hand side. Either way, the knowledge can be very, very beneficial to Trace.
And now these two medevacs are going to pass by this observer here. And we'll see if he's going to be able to deal with that. It's a really weird spot, I think, because, wow, the medevacs are able to drop off, and he might be able to kill this Robo, but he, okay, well, still, okay, no, he's going to back up. Yeah. He could actually out-micro all of this stuff and then kill the Colossus. Okay.
Yeah, it does have to back up, though. Stalkers managed to get there in time. They don't quite have Blink as the Twilight Council is only just now finishing up.
Drop into the natural, though, is going to do some more damage. Photon Overcharge is going to be started. Meanwhile, there is damage going into the third base as well. Photon Overcharge. It will elapse pretty soon here.
Yep, good focus fire down from Trace. Kills off the medevac, make sure that none of these units are going to be able to easily get out of there. And Trace holds without taking too much damage.
So here's the big problem with going 3cc before, well, 3cc and then 5 racks instead of 5 racks. You can see this pressure directly after this is like pretty much ceased, right? There's nothing more. A lot of times when you do a fast 3cc, you have the SCV pull in the back of your mind, and you need to hit it around 14 minutes because you can see Templar Archives is popping up. 14 minutes is where like everything kind of lines up because they have to get Twilight Council for their 2-2, and then naturally Twilight Council leads in towards Charge and then Storm. So that's why 14 minutes is the spot where you want to hit right before Templars are up. So we're going to find out and see if there's going to be this huge swell and then a push with an SCV all in, or is he just going to take it towards endgame? I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, Elohim has kind of talked about SCV pulls and how he feels about them. He, in general, has said that he's not as big of a fan, but I mean, he's made adaptations in preparation for this tournament. This might be one. It's still something that he has the potential to try and do. Moves on forward again with a couple of these units, stimming forward, and gets scouted out by a Zealot. Trace knows that the army's out.
He did see it with an observer too, as you can see the observer flying over. And when I see only one medevac in a Terran army like that, I'm like, okay, I know what you're doing. Stop trying to play cheeky. And you know that there is some sort of medevac drop around on the field. Now, in this game in particular, as you can see just from there isn't a drop. But normally, you're like super preparing yourself for some sort of drop. That might be the one way where there's an over preparation of that drop, and Trace doesn't actually tech up to the High Templars fast enough, and there could be an opening with this double starport Viking attack. Yeah,
I don't believe that he's actually finished researching Storm just yet. No. I'll have to double check that.
Well, he didn't even get his 5th and 6th gas. This is going to be a 3-base all-in. This is going to be super, super high pressure from Trace. Like, he's not looking to go into the later stages of the game at all. I mean, he is getting 3-3, so that's kind of weird. But he's going to max really, really quickly here.
And it's very interesting because his composition is so Zealot heavy, and you consider part of the reason why Elohim is lacking medevac so badly is because he started Viking production very, very heavily. So these Colossus should get absolutely obliterated. And the Stalkers, I mean, there's not an overwhelming number of them. There's 10 of them, and they don't even have Blink. Blink is now starting up, so it should have it for the engagement, but I could see this as a good engagement angle, good positioning, especially with how many Zealots there are. Elohim could very easily take a nice engagement.
I agree, man. I agree. I think Elohim is in a wonderful spot. Unbeknownst to him, though. That's the big problem. He has no clue. He has no trigger to actually attack other than hitting 200 pretty fast here. But he's going to wait for Ghosts because he's like, okay, my opponent probably has Storm by now. Let's go ahead and just wait it off.
It's a Greetorp over at the 3rd. The Widowmine hits 4 Widowmines, murdering a ton of workers. I want to say somewhere close to 15 to 20 workers there. Jeez.
Well, 23 workers are killed right now. So, yeah, something around that. That's incredible, man. Widowmine drops are just so scary. And there you go. Well, wow.
And Trace got to be feeling a little bit peeved by that. He's got a couple High Templars coming in. He's going to have eventually enough energy for Storm, but Colossus... not enough to stop the Vikings, apparently, from killing off the Mothership Core.
It's 14 Vikings, so they can 2-shot Colossus pretty easily here. But it's still a little bit tricky because it's not a ton of Vikings. It's not going to help super much. Another medevac drop is going to pop out here. Go over to the side. 3 Marauders, just 3. Okay. Oh, nice little micro coming out here from our protest player. Trace is able to do a little bit of damage on those Vikings. And here the attack comes. He actually stims in. Wow, this is a little bit crazy, man.
Well, it's gonna move back. Oh, but the Vikings not moving back. They're going straight after the Colossus. The Stalker's able to get directly underneath them. And what an awkward engagement angle for Elahim. He has a good bit of depth over here, but this is looking a bit awkward for him.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way, but it looks like Terran is starting to fall back a lot more. It's really close at this point because there's not a lot of Marauders now. Archons are going to merge here and stabilize the Protoss, and he's going to be able to push forward. Wow, really close fight right there.
And the 3-3 upgrades just finishing now for Elahim, and I gotta say, he was the one that initiated the fight, so kind of surprising he did it, and must have felt some sort of pressure to go for it, but Planetary Fortress now getting focus fire down. There's not enough SCVs or anything over here to repair this back to full health. It's gonna end up going down.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot for our Terran hero over here. Elahim was in a good position, I feel, but taking that fight right before the upgrades, as you said, and also his Viking control it wasn't the most optimal. You know, like he just sat underneath Stalkers for a while. What you want to do is be able to EMP the Colossus somehow, do that burst damage, and then kill the Colossus with your Vikings. That way you can just one-shot them really easily with 14 Vikings. But doing it the way he did it, it was a lot of overkill damage, and you just don't want to be in that spot.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to cost him as now his Viking count has been completely reset. The Colossus count already starting to spiral up, and I mean, when you have as many Vikings as your opponent has Colossus, you have got to pray for a very good engagement angle, and he's not going to get it over here.
No, definitely not. But there is that counterattack in the behind, but a lot of Stalkers going to pull back, and there it is. Elahim will tap out. Trace takes it 1-0, excuse me.
Yeah, 1-0. Because we are still in game number 1. It's hard to believe after seeing Trace play some of those PBTs earlier on. He was looking pretty strong, but wasn't quite able to take it against EJK. But Elahim finding a little bit more luck. Maybe a couple of those, maybe learning his lesson in certain situations and how to handle things.
Yeah, we see him gosh, well, his composition wasn't the absolute best for that endgame scenario. He did have openings. One thing that we're seeing Elahim not do is scan his opponent's army well enough, because if you're constantly scanning to see compositions, you'll be able to see those timings, and you really don't need extra minerals at that mid-end game stage, right? Like, it's just filling up naturally. It's actually your production that's suffering, or it's you need to wait on your gas because you need to get ghosts or Vikings out or whatever it might be. So scanning the army actually makes a lot of sense. I think it's Tasia. I saw Tasia play a game where, after 11 minutes, he just never makes any mules. And it's kind of crazy. But, it's something to think about. Mules aren't nearly as end-game stage as people think, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And it's something that I know Elahim has put a lot of thought into. He's been actually looking at a lot of, especially the Korean Terrans, and just saying, what are they doing differently? One of the things he's talked a lot about is kind of, when do you scan, when do you drop down the mules? And I think he's maybe being more conservative, trying to play a lot more like some of those Terran players that hold on to their mules, or hold on to their scans in favor of mules. But, and I guess it kind of makes it, the style that he does, oftentimes he's sacrificing units to try and get damage done with drops. So it kind of makes sense where he wants to be able to replenish those units. But yeah, maybe saving them up for scans is just being a bit more cautious would behoove him.
Information is the biggest part of StarCraft 2, and it's how you have to really play a lot of your matchups. And when you have basically a free map hack for you, both in the form of scans and also sensor towers, you got to be using both of those to the best of your ability.
All right, well, we're going to be jumping into the next game on Vani Research Station. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, spawning down here in the bottom side, we have the purple Terran player. Sitting down one game, but looking for a comeback. It is Flipside Tactics, Elhaim.
And in the top middle position, spawning as the pink Protoss, the beautiful Gravity Trace.
Okay, well, want to give one big shout out again while we wait for this game to kind of pick up to Psystorm Gaming. I know I haven't been talking about them a lot, but you have seen their logos everywhere, and really just big thank you for doing a huge contribution to the prize pool. You guys are freaking awesome. You guys should go check them out. I know that they are in fact looking to recruit as well for both on their academy team as well as their pro team. So if you're a diamond level player, or platinum level player, or masters level player, go for their academy team. If you're pressing the edge and going to GM and stuff, although actually recently diamond is the new GM, so maybe for a diamond level player, I mean, you're like Jadong, you should go for the pro team.
Fear Dragon, I just got promoted today. I got promoted to masters from diamond. Couldn't believe it happened.
Oh my god, Greetorf, I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so sorry.
GM a whole season. Can't get Grandmasters immediately. Get placed into Diamond. Fine. Be like that. Be like that.
Oh, that's so funny. But you know what else is funny? This factory placement, Greetorf. That's not a command
cheeky,
center.
Man. It is cheeky. Oh, how sick would it be if it was a command center, though? Wow. No one would expect a command center over there. Nobody.
Dude, here's the next level strategy, okay? You build the command center early enough that you finish it and get it into your opponent's natural before they plant down their nexus.
Wow.
And you planetary fortress it.
Wow.
Boom.
That's meta right there. That is meta. Have you seen the proxy nexus into a Terran's base?
Oh, yeah.
And you
Huck has
you
been
actually
known to do it a few times.
Yeah. That's cheeky as well, bro. But you know what the counter to that is?
What?
You just wait until he photon overcharges, bring everything to the natural, and then attack it after it's done. Because it doesn't do that much damage, you know. You'll be fine.
It's like it's like it reminds me of this one really great GIF that I've seen before, where a Protoss player is like, he's proxy 2 gated inside of the Terran's base with the Terran. He waits until he has so many zealots that the supply depot wall-off is completed and the Terran's just feeling fine. And then the zealots move in and he's just like lifts up his command center, sends all of his stuff to the natural, and raises the supply depots and just repairs it from the low ground. And it's just like the next level, man. He's walled in the 2 gates.
Brutal. So brutal, man. The humanity.
Right.
There is none. Really interesting, though, that he proxied the factory and the starport, and he didn't lift off. Like, naturally, I'm thinking, like, you lift off your factory. But no, he's not doing that at all. Really kind of weird to me, honestly, because the medevac timing, I mean, don't get me wrong, it is faster, but you could have had the factory at home and then spit out two Widow Mines, have them go closer to the starport, and then be able to do this drop.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. It's given Trace ample time also to just go for his observer, and he's going to photon overcharge over in the main base, gets that Widow Mine taken care of. The Widow Mine in the natural expansion gets 2 kills, but I mean, that's not really quite worth it yet. Again, he hasn't even started a command center.
I mean, wow, Protoss is so far ahead right now. So far ahead. And now he's going to kill 2 more Widow Mines? 1 more? Oh, okay. 1 more.
Gonna get out.
That's fine. All Trace has to do is sit in his base and do nothing. Literally do nothing but that. Oh, interesting.
So Elhaim has finished up his tech lab on the starboard that was making the medevacs early on. He has 2 medevacs still left over, but he's finishing up a tech lab on his factory too. Raven, and I gotta think Thor? No, Siege Tank. He doesn't have an armor. Okay, yeah.
It's still weird, don't get me wrong. Elhaim, you could very clearly tell that he's super desperate. He just like He doesn't feel confident in his TVP. At least that's what his opening is telling me, because he looked fine last game. And I think that's what he said to himself. He's like, I was fine last game. How did I still lose? And now he's getting to a position where he's just like, well, I'm just gonna go with this all in and see if it works. And rather than, you know, trusting himself, he's letting himself fall victim to the pressure, I think. And he is starting to cave a little bit because of that, because this build isn't too efficient, let me tell you that. And in general, Protoss should be able to shut this down as long as the Protoss knows it's coming. The problem is he doesn't know it's coming just yet. So
he does scout out the natural though. He sees that there's no command center, and that should be a tell that something is coming. But we end up having Siege Tank K. I mean, that's actually a pretty good position to siege up. Just has to be careful about those stalkers getting too close to the Siege Tank.
That was an accident.
That was, yeah. Definitely starting to see some of those nerves shine on through.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh,
and now he takes a lot of huge. Yeah, he takes a lot of huge hits on his stalkers there, and wow, is able to pick up and throw down some units. So the Immortal is going to be the 100% #1 unit that he needs to get out here. That's going to tank the damage in the beginning phase. Actually kills the Widow Mine, which is really important. The big problem is going to be this PDD that pops down, because obviously the Stalker is going to be able to not do as much damage. There needs to be a probe pull though. He needs to pull all of his probes and then be able to just shove down and kill this decisively. Because he has to realize this is a one base all in. If I kill this, I win the game.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, the two extra gateways that finished up, I feel like Trace has just got it. Yep, he's doing the probe pull. And Cyberdyne score actually does go down, so no Stalkers are going to be available after this, but is he going to need them? The Immortals are just pushing on through and murdering the Siege Tanks. Elohim, his one shot in this game was dependent on making this push work, and it didn't.
Yeah, beautifully, beautifully done by Trace over here. I mean, it looks so simple, but that's what really good players do. They make things look very simple. He knew the correct response, he executed accordingly, he knew how big of a deal it was to just shut down that momentum. And that's what he really does. He shuts down the momentum, saying, you will never, ever, ever get a lot of siege tanks out and threatening me like that ever again. And he's in great position now.
Well, Elohim is just pulling out all the stops. He has a tech lab on the starport, so why not make a Banshee with it? The problem is, Trace, I mean, in a normal game, he's making 4, 5, 6 observers. In this game, when there's been Widow Mine harassments and drops, he's definitely got up his 4 observers.
Yeah, and I love what we're seeing from Trace too. I mean, he's just teching up to Robotics Bay. He's keeping calm, not worrying about anything, realizing that he's ahead. And if I read this situation right, what most Protoss are supposed to do at this point is just get 2 Colossus, get 3 Colossus, and push. You want to use your advantage as fast as possible. Normally, you want to use it as fast as possible, because as the game goes longer, like just think infinite time, both of them are at 200, 200. So we know there's a diminishing return as the longer we wait on our advantages. So we want to make sure that we're using our advantage as close to where we got it as possible.
Yeah, and take advantage of the fact that, for example, Factory and Starport, I'd say more importantly in the Starport, having to fly all the way home, that means that they're not producing medevacs, it means they're not producing Vikings, it means that, I'd say specifically, not producing Vikings, that Robo Bay gonna be very, very much coming in handy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's just so much opportunity cost. I mean, you said it perfectly, Fear Dragon. Like, you need that starport doing stuff for you. The starport is probably one of the most important buildings for Terran. And look at this. I love it. I love it. The passive Terran is passive no more. Or passive Protoss is passive no more. He's doing good damage, getting rid of a lot of SCVs, stopping even this this supply depot from popping up here. Me gusta. Mucho. Meanwhile, there is counter pressure though. Looks like at the natural, the Protoss base. It will be dealt with, but after taking a little bit of damage.
Yeah, has the Militia Corps now moving over, getting ready to Photon Overcharge, but he's losing a couple of Stalkers. Less than ideal. Wow. I mean, Elohim's doing some nice damage here.
It's not quite enough. He's gonna have to make more happen, but he gets out of there with the Marines and, more importantly, the medevac. So definitely worth it.
How many times have we seen
Oh, Elohim. Oh, Elohim, the SCV rally. Oh, no.
Oh,
He's rattled, man.
it's so sad, bro. There is counter pressure over at the natural of the Terran base yet again. It's going to be thwarted, or pushed back, I should say. I love this small little pressure because what does Elohim want to do? He wants to have all of his units out on the map as fast as possible. Yeah. And as we said, you know, the Immortals, they should be named Frodo and Samwise because they're stopping that from happening. And if he ever pushes out with all of his units, Frodo and Samwise are going to go ham on the rest of the base. Not good.
Indeed. We've all seen the ending of Lord of the Rings, and Elohim gonna get scouted out by this observer. Oh god, the stalkers are gonna be waiting there. They got blink too. Is Elohim gonna notice? Is he gonna react in time? He does manage to save them at least.
Okay. Okay. There's still that bad SCV rally, which is so sad.
Oh no. I'm trying to see if it's is. I think he's finally fixed it. He's finally fixed it. Yeah. But it hurts, man. It hurts to see like players that are rattled at this point.
It does. All right, so we do have looks like just standard stuff coming out from Protoss. He's not actually looking to push all 2 yet, although he hasn't gotten his 5th and 6th gases just yet. So, and additional gateways are going down. 4 gateways are going down. So whenever I see 4 gateways, that means a lot of times just continued tempo, continued pressure. Whenever they're actually pushing out. So it makes sense. Double medevacs going to the left-hand side. Going to keep Protoss at bay as best as possible, as we always say.
Yeah. And one concern that I do have, it's just kind of thinking about things that could go in Elohim's favor. Because to be entirely honest, Trace will either have to have mistakes made or he'll have to get really outplayed to allow Elohim to really come back into a strong position in this game. So things that Trace may do, sitting around for a little bit too long, being a bit too paranoid about moving out and putting on the pressure beyond just small Frodo Sam pressure, like moving out with your army for the kill. We need to get a Gandalf in there.
Fear Dragon, right? I hope that you continue using that quote.
Oh, this is
throughout the entire Invitational, okay?
It is a thing now, man. It is a thing now.
It best be, man. It best be. That would be awesome. That would be just awesome. Hey, I love the type of pressure that we're seeing from our Terran over here. Elohim is going to load up another medevac drop over on the right-hand side. It's going to be scouted pretty easily here because there's 10 billion observers. But, no,
stalkers.
Not paying attention.
Perfect place.
Also, they shouldn't be Marines. You could see how strapped for cash and gas Elohim is because Marines do absolutely nothing at this stage of the game other than killing probes, and because there are so many other high priority targets, it just doesn't make sense to only have Marines inside of your medevacs. Here's the March of Death.
Well, actually, Elohim hiding a couple of forces over here, a bit of a squadron that he's hoping to do some damage with, but God, any units that Elohim doesn't have at home is going to be just really, really going to hurt his potential. Not just, and I think that holding this off entirely, like winning this engagement, I kind of feel is a moot point. It's about equalizing damage.
Yeah. Well, it's not able to equalize any damage, man. There it is. GG, good luck. And Trace will move on after winning in the last and final series of the day.
Yeah. Trace, I mean, he didn't go for the 4-0 as he was hoping, but he does manage to at least go 4-1. So, can't complain too much about that. But, Trace, man, congratulations. You are going to be the second player to move on from Group A. How you feeling about that?
I'm kind of relieved, to be honest.
All right, awesome. Well, yeah, no, it's I can understand the feeling of relief, and of course, really well played over there. Were you at all worried at any points with Elohim's aggression or anything? You feel pretty confident about how the games went?
I kind of like already forgot how the first game went, but the second game he like cheesed me, and I for some reason I like didn't really think about it. Like I didn't scout any of the games I played at all. I was going to scout, but like I just ended up not scouting.
Hmm.
I think it's just because he didn't cheese in the first game, so I wasn't really thinking about it. But I
Hmm.
saw like super fast medevac, so like either he went gas first or like proxy, and then so now I guess it was just bolt or something like the gas first proxy. I don't know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, exactly.
but he didn't really do any
Well,
damage. Like he killed some
mhm.
probes there, but he didn't have a base for like forever. So by the time my observer even just got to like his natural, I saw nothing there. I already thought I won, even though the game lasted like another 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Mhm. Yeah, fair enough. Well, you're going to be playing against the person who comes out first in the group tomorrow, and that's either going to be Hugh Shang, Bio Ice, Peely Peely, or Moose Skills. Do you have any preferences on who you would like to play?
I'm happy with whoever because there's no, it's not gonna be Terran.
No, 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 no.
All
Stop
right.
it. I want to hear called out names. Who out of the four, the two, do you think are the weakest?
Hushang. Wait, who? Okay, Bio. You said Bio
Huge.
Ice, Moose Skills, Pili Pili, Hushang.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
would say Pili Pili and Moose Skills will probably win. So the weaker individuals there.
That's right, Hushang. You're terrible.
Hushang.
You know, I love
You're
the way
terrible.
that you phrase it. Like you were asking you to like call out who you think are the weaker players. That's what Green Torp is doing, and you say, well, I think the stronger players are these people, and I guess that makes, and then you just cut off your sentence right there.
Yeah.
I could have like,
Bio Ice, Hushang, you guys are terrible. That's what Trace said, not me. I think you guys are great.
Like I like the idea of trash talking, but it's not good for me if I end up losing. So yeah.
That's
Right,
fair enough.
you gotta go Conor McGregor and just not lose, you know?
There you go, man. Simple solution. But one other final question, because I assume your plans are, you don't have to play against a Terran in the semis. Semis are locked down for you, right? Doesn't matter who advances out. But
Pretty much.
that means that when you make it to the finals, you're going to have that opportunity that you might have that rematch versus EJK. Feeling like you
Yeah.
have some time between now and Sunday to prepare for that match?
Yeah, either that or I have to pray to David Kim that I don't get him matched up with me at the finals. Whoever's
Kim.
on the other side has to take him out for me.
You need a lot of prayers, sir.
There we go, man. There you go. So see, all you got to do now is like donate more prize. You just actually like pay off players and be like, look, don't. I'm not saying to throw the match. I'm saying to be even more incentivized to win their match. Okay, because we're not match fixing here. I will find out if you match fix. I don't know where that went. Anyways, Trace, congratulations once again. Do you have any final shoutouts you want to give before we head off for the night?
Yeah, I didn't do too much like versus Zerg preparation, but I was pretty confident, so I didn't have to worry about that. But then I lost 0-2 to EJK, and I was pretty frustrated. I kind of like rage did a build at the end, and I just like ended the series. I wanted to get it over with. I wasn't in a good mindset. So after that, I took some time, and then I went into the Elheim set, and then I did pretty good. I think I only have like one person really to thank. I only played a couple custom games with just one guy. It was Drunken Boy. So yeah, kudos to him for helping me out.
Awesome. And be sure to check out Team Gravity, your team, and you can check them out over at Team Grav on Twitter, as well as also be sure to check out Trace SC2 on Twitter. Give this guy a follow. Again, made it out of his group today after having a bit more trouble in the TV or PVT matchup. So give him some love. And thank you very much, Trace. You're off. You're done for the night. You don't have to stick here any longer, and we'll see you on Sunday.
All right. See ya.
All right. So as we get rid of Trace from the call, we're gonna be moving on to our final bit because the games are all done. Greetorp, thank you very much, man. It has been an absolute pleasure to have you on for the tournament.
Thanks, man. No, it was a pleasure for me to be on. Honestly, it was. What you guys do here is a bit of magic. It takes a lot of heart and dedication, that's for sure. I mean, I run my own stream. It's hard to keep up with that. I mean, I haven't streamed since Thursday, but I've been, traveling around and all that stuff. But still, like, what you do, the amount of time and commitment that you guys put into it, very, very few people in the community deserve what they, deserve a lot. You know, a lot of people say they work a lot, but they don't. You know, I've been around the esports scene for quite a long time, and I can say for sure that, you know, people like you guys, I hope you guys go a long way because you definitely deserve everything that you get.
Oh, thank you very much, Creature. That actually means a lot. And of course, he's saying you guys for a very good reason, everyone. It's not, there's a lot of people that actually do a lot of work behind the scenes. I want to give a huge shout out to all of them. First of all, our sponsor, Psystorm Gaming, putting up a large portion of the prize pool. You are freaking awesome, Psystorm Gaming. You guys are seriously cool. So go check them out. Again, they're recruiting for their academy team as well as their pro team. If you are interested in being teammates with the fabulous Sleet as well as Intense, the winner of Breaking Out Season 3. And of course, there is also a big thank you that goes out to Current TV, our observer, who's done all the awesome production and everything, made all the live adjustments to audio and all that good stuff. Like, even though I know that it was a little bit of a rough start for us, a lot of that can be blamed on me. So thank you very much, Current TV, for adapting to that. And of course, nice username for the awesome map intros, Cybert for doing all the player intros and that kind of stuff, and making the trailer that we'll be playing again probably at the beginning of all the broadcasts. And thank you everyone that's actually contributed. There's been so many people, and of course I want to thank you, the viewer, for tuning in and, you know, giving these guys a shot, giving them a chance and seeing what they're capable of, because I know a lot of the times North American scene in general doesn't get a lot, you know, gets a lot of shit talking. That's where actually, you know, Greetor, that's where all the BM is going. It's going toward the North American scene as a whole. There we go, man.
So we got to give it back, okay? We got the rough skin.
Exactly.
Come on, buddy. We got
there we go,
we got
man.
the rough, tough skin.
Exactly. But yeah, big shout out to you guys for giving everything a shot and checking out these players, because again, they're looking for that opportunity to break out of the North American scene. And we might very well see some of these guys in the future. But I know what a lot of you guys are waiting for. You guys are waiting for this guy, the giveaway for the Zergling plushie. So I will say I'll be doing that in just a second. But one final kind of note is that if you do want to win this plushie, and I'll give you guys a little bit of time since there's a stream delay and everything. If you do want to win this plushie, last call, you got to follow me, follow a player, and tweet at both of us saying who you want to win the tournament. I'd imagine that most people won't follow a player and then tweet about a different player that they want to win the tournament. That'd just be really rude, because I imagine that it's like, hey, I want Trace to win the tournament, and you're only tagging EJK in it. It's just like, why? That's another place you can show some BM. Please don't show the BM there. But if you do want to win it, Greetor, you're such a great influence for BM.
I'm a what is that? Antagonist? No, it's
yeah,
antagonizer. There you go. That's what I like to do, bro.
Well, of course, guys, be sure to check out Greetorp as well. This guy has been freaking phenomenal, amazing to cast with. I've had an unbelievable amount of fun. I can tell you that it is a lot more fun to watch StarCraft with someone that, you know, even though Greetorp, this is our first time talking or even casting together, I feel like I had a friend to watch StarCraft with today. So thank you for that.
Still didn't say I love you, but whatever. Whatever, bro.
Friend.
All right, whatever.
All right.
Friends can love each other too, bro. Okay? But I guess Fear Dragon just doesn't like minorities. That's what it comes down to.
That must be it. Unconfirmed, but ladies and gentlemen, I'll be doing the giveaway. I'll be direct messaging the person on Twitter for the Zergling plushie, so be sure to check that out. And I want to give one kind of final shout out actually before we close up for the night and get ready for the Invitational tomorrow, because I know this is something that it's one of those things where I don't like to overwhelm people with like during the tournament with like, oh, there's a subscriber going on while this engage is happening. So I don't have any of that kind of stuff on. So I just want to give a big shout out to everyone, the 3 people that actually subscribed today. I swear I'm going to find your names very, very soon. Okay, well, big shout out to Crime Endorsement, who actually resubscribed. We got Intense SC, the winner of the last Breakout Invitational, and Bleach SC. You guys are freaking fantastic. Thank you so much. And I hope to see all of you guys tomorrow. And okay, I swear I'm done after this one. One final shout out goes to Desro and Lycangrow for both for the hosts and to Twitch for the front page feature during the early part of the Invitational. Have a wonderful night, everyone, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for Group B.
Let's get ready to break out! Now, introducing your players. Peely Peely, the Progressive Protoss. EJK, the Gift Master Terran. Wu Shang, the Audacious Toss. Moose Skills, the Preparation Zerg. Sleet, the Riposte Zerg. Trace, the reactive toss. Elhaim, the beatbox Terran. And last but not least, BioIce, the dark horse. The Breakout Invitational highlights 8 up-and-coming players in the North American scene. Be sure to tune in May 1st through 3rd to see who will be the most likely player to break out.